Thank you, Mayor. Can we start the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay,
Can you take the roll quickly?
sure.
Trustee Cazada,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Lopez,
Present.
Mayor Levin.
Present.
Okay. Village Board Resolution authorizing the mayor to sign a consultant agreement. Resolved, the following reviewed by the Corporation Council. The mayor is authorized to sign a consultant agreement for specified services. Do I have a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Okay. Do we have a motion to adjourn to executive session? Matter of
Second.
personnel. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Stuart's like, I'm out. Am I on? Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, feedback, okay. Good morning. Yep, still morning. We are starting, what we find to be an exciting, time of the year, which is we review all of the budgets, the staff, village manager, police, fire, etc. All concerned, section 8, who did I leave off? YAB will probably be here. The budgets were posted. We are looking at tentative proposed budgets for the fiscal year of 2024. And this is the role of the board, is to meet with department heads, with village staff, and make decisions at the end of this process as to which budgets we will be approving for 2024 based on the input we received. The public is welcome to listen in, to be here in person. We're at 16 Croton. We will be here all day today and until about 7:30 or 8, something like that. And every night this week, except for Friday night, we will be going through the budget process. And at the end, we will announce and sign off on our proposed budgets, which then will go to a public hearing, which has been posted. So welcome, and we are going to get started. Anyone? You having a problem with the mic? Is that it?
I'm just making sure that I'm too short to see the light.
Yeah, so you're gonna let her know if she's okay.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
And I thank the board. Sure. I thank the board for the enormous amount of time and attention that you've always given to the budget process, and look forward to this year's meetings and your insight and the direction of 2024. So just a quick recap, as Manager DeTore had presented.
Excuse me, Dale.
Yes.
I just want to insert this because none of us have nameplates. Mayor Rika Levin, Deputy Mayor Lopez, and Trustee, I'm sorry.
Manuel Quezada.
Manny Quesada, sorry. That's what happens when I don't have breakfast. And when you start, Dale is our chief finance. So since we don't have nameplates, can you, everybody just announce it there and remind people to just so that it's on the public record?
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm Village Treasurer Dale Brennan. To my right is Deputy Treasurer Liz Nakari. To my left is Assistant Village Manager Maddie Zahach. And across the way is our fantastic Village Manager Karen DeTore. Just a recap of the presentation that was given on November 1st to the board for after we had filed our budget. We are looking at a tax rate decrease of 6.24%, which equates to 0.59 cents per 1,000 of assessed value for the 2024 year. Our appropriations increased from the 2023 budget to the 2024 budget in the amount of $1,707,596. We do appropriate an amount of fund balance towards our budget each year. The set amount we have been doing is $650,000, and each year we do allocate a small portion towards one-time purposes that will be presented to the board as we go through the budget line by line. These amounts total to $194,747. In regards to the tax cap for the current 2024 year, there is a 2% tax cap in place. We additionally had a small growth factor allowed this year, which added an additional $19,681 to our allowable amount. We had also carried over from the 2023 tax warrant year an amount of $46,064 that we had not used, that was allowed last year over to 2024. Additionally, in 2024, we are allowed an exclusion for our New York State Employees Retirement System of $11,355. And an exclusion for our police and fire retirement system of $124,505. So those amounts essentially get added to our tax cap allowable amount. I believe this is only the second time I've seen this be proposed by the state for these additions, and that happens in the event that the New York State retirement rates that we pay on our invoice for the coming year have increased at a certain percentage. For this year, when we receive the rate increases for our retirement system invoices going into 2024, 25, because it's on the state fiscal year, it was over a 15% increase. Bless you. 15% increase to our rates that we're paying on salary.
And when you said it's only the second time, when was the other time?
I'd
Was
have
it like
to-
last year or no?
No,
it was a
it's
decade ago?
Quite a few years ago.
So it's some sort of an adjustment, it feels like.
Yes, so
Okay.
it gives us a little more flexibility in adding that amount to our tax cap amount so that
Good.
we can cover. And you'll see when we go through the budgets, when we get to the retirement system accounts, you'll see there is a jump in what we had to budget for the 2024 year in order to cover. But this additional amount is a little bit of an offset to help the localities with that increase. So our allowable tax cap amount for 2024 is $25,294,091. Of that amount, we are proposing in the tentative budget to use $25,253,953 of that amount, which leaves a balance of $40,138 to be carried over to our 2025 budget year. Additionally, in terms of the water and sewer rates, we're proposing a 5% rate increase for 2024. We had gone out to renew our short-term debt in September, and our ban interest rate, not surprising, came in at 3.8756% versus the prior year's interest rate of 2.9120. So those amounts are budgeted also in the finance budget for our debt payments for the current 2024 tentative budget. We did receive our third quarter sales tax amount, which will actually be deposited tomorrow. For the first quarter, sales tax compared to last year was down 4.26%. For the second quarter, it was up from the prior year 2.40%. And for the third quarter, it is up from the 2023 year 1.36%. So we are definitely solid in our sales tax revenues at this point. It's better than I actually had expected. I'm projecting, even with a loss in the fourth quarter, in accordance with potential economic fluctuations, that we will bring in a little bit around $1 million over our budgeted amount for 2023. We did increase the sales tax revenue for 2024 by $300,000, which helped offset the additional appropriations. As well, when we're going through and you see the interest revenue account, we are seeing a benefit on the interest side. We are investing in more interest bearing accounts where we can. If we're not using the money currently, we'll put it in a higher interest earning account, which has proved fruitful for the village this year, with interest rates being a little bit over 5% on interest earnings. The only caveat to that is you cannot invest any funds that you have borrowed at a lower rate into an interest account with a higher rate. That's arbitrage. So we will not do that. So when you are going through the budget, you will see I did increase the interest revenues for 2024. I did not increase them as high as they potentially could or may be, because obviously the economy is always in flux. Plus, with our capital projects, I am anticipating using portions of our fund balance for the general fund, at least in 2024, which would then reduce our interest earnings on that amount. So we are being sensitive to the plan over 2024 year and afterwards, to make sure we're not budgeting for something that's not tangible going forward. At this point, in terms of the interest earnings versus the interest increase on the bands, it's almost an offset. So if we're losing, our interest rate and earnings is going down, also our interest rate on the bands will go down. So they will marry up and hopefully be a wash. Any questions so far? Okay.
We do have a question for you, Adele. So if we go back a little bit to that page, I guess 3-4, I guess, under the budget portion, the allocations, the tax rate increase.
Mm-hmm.
So in 2021, we have 0.37. 22, obviously, we talked about that pandemic, so there was no increase at that at all. And then 23 was the highest one that we had, 0.89, and 24. The proposed is 0.46. The recommended or the tentative is 59, correct?
That's correct.
So
Mhm.
if it was requested and the tentative budget was proposed, what was the reason why that increase from 46 to 59 was?
It's actually more of a decrease. So it was a
Oh.
negative point.
Oh, see, I see what you said. So it's negative. Okay, so what was that 0.59? Is that because you're talking about the $25 million, 253, and that's the reflection of the 0.59 percentage of that? Okay.
So for the.
What's the-
Budget, the tax form amounts have actually been 25,618,447, which technically would have been over the tax.
Now,
So we worked during our department meetings, reduce lines where we could,
Yeah.
as appropriate.
so in refresh my memory a little bit, I want to go back to 22 for one minute.
Yes.
So on 22, at the end of 22, when we went back, was there any big difference between the numbers that we adopted at that point and the actual numbers?
So your tentative for
Yeah.
22.
Correct.
The 2022 tentative budget. Budget, the tentative amount was 39,713,399, and our adopted was 39,599,679. The difference between the tax recommended was 129,309.
That was the difference.
Yeah.
Okay. Lower for the adopted.
Versus the.
And that was the actual at the end of the year as well. The actual meaning, all our revenues came to place, there was no additional portion for 22 too. Yeah,
So our first, our revenues.
yeah. How about what was the big difference from that year to where we are now, more or less? You don't have to do it now. You can do it another time. Yeah.
But we did put more money into fund balance at year end 2022.
Yeah.
We went from. It was a little over $1 million. The majority of that was sales tax revenue.
So we got a lot more than what we expected. I remember that portion. Yeah.
Yes. We had adjusted our 2022 sales tax revenue budget, so we're over 5.1 million. And we actually received. Another 140.
Millions over the war was expected. Okay, I was just curious. I'll
Yeah.
talk to you about a little bit more about that and the reasons why I was asking that, but we can move on for the next one. Thank you.
We actually put that, things to come down to 1,458,122.
For 2023, more or less. From 2000, on 2020. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We have a healthy.
Dale, the PDFs I'm looking at online, anything different between what you sent me, us, and this? It's exactly the same.
Exactly,
Okay,
yes. Yes.
thank you.
Although, when we get to the Chima for the youth bureau,
Mhm.
in the tentative file budget itself, I inserted an overtime line for the youth bureau.
So there's a change in that department. Any other departments I should be looking for? Changes?
There's not a change actually in actual dollar amount versus what was filed, but when I ran the detail reports, I unfortunately didn't get the class vote on for him, for. this.
Okay, but so
Yeah,
he's the
so
exception.
he's the
Everybody
exception.
else is exactly, because I think like last year, the year before, you were, every day we walked, you kept giving us addendums and changes, but this year it seems like,
This year, normally we were handing out the detailed reports during the
Right.
meeting.
You have
This
them here.
year,
no, I know, so it's online.
This year, I thought it would be a better idea.
Yeah.
to
This
get
is
it-
great.
get it- if
I
you
just-
have, everybody have it, so then, I try to.
Yeah.
So that everybody had time to look.
That's great.
and
No, I'm
review.
just looking on my laptop, so I just want to make
Yeah.
sure that we're in sync. Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
So one final, note, for the 2024 tentative budget, the, assessment, taxable assessment increase, 9.48%, which is, why we are able to offset our increase in the tax, warrant and, to actually be a reduction in the tax rate. It's, may or may not be the final year depending on, the housing, going forward, the values and, Michael will be able to expound on that, and, he's next for our budget.
Okay,
We're ready for him.
looks like, thank you, Dale.
Thank you. Bill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello,
Hello, folks.
So, welcome, Michael.
This is your first budget meeting. So typically the department heads go through their budget line by line, discussing with the board. So I assume you have your budget in front of you.
You have lots of material in front of me. Bear with me for just one moment, if you please.
You want to,
he's gonna give us an overview.
an overview.
Yes, but this budget is actually how.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. This is just the assessment. Yes, I'm sorry. Nick's what I just said.
Understood.
you're on.
All right, folks. So the assessed value change year over year from 22 to the final assessment roll of 2023 included a nearly 12% increase in total assessed value. That was largely attributable to the market. Sales are down in terms of volume, transfers are down, but the sale price per square foot, the median sale prices are up considerably using the latest valuation date of July 1st of 2022, which was the basis for the latest assessment roll. And because of that, we saw a somewhat commensurate increase in the taxable assessed value. Because of exemptions offsetting a little bit of that growth, we had a village total taxable assessed value increase of about 9.8% year over year.
Michael, excuse me.
Yes.
By the way, Mayor Rica Levin, I mean, I don't think we've actually met. Usually presentation, no presentation being put on the screen? Nothing?
Michael, did you have a chart or anything that you wanted to-
I'm sorry, folks. I had not been informed that this was something that needed to be. Would you like to postpone? I do have slides prepared that I presented to the town. I'd be more than happy to present them to the village, but I had not been informed that that a presentation was needed. I thought I was going to simply answer questions and run through some of the year-over-year changes in assessed value. My apologies.
Okay, so I don't know which is better. I mean, in the past, forever, there used to be Excel spreadsheets. We get to look at house value, all sorts of like charts that were sent to us. I'm not sure it's bad for you to just speak to things, so I'm willing to try it out, and if it doesn't work for us, we may have to reschedule. But this might be perfectly fine. I mean,
Is there a time slot? My apologies for interrupting. Is there a time slot in about an hour or so that would be better suited for this? Because I do have all that material. I just need a few moments to gather it. If that's not a waste of your time, I do think visuals are helpful.
we have a pretty tight calendar here. I don't think we can call. Who's up next? Who? You. So you could go and just we can exchange you for him.
Would you kindly? Thank you, folks. Like I said, I don't need to create anything. I just need to prepare it, and I can be back in a short while.
All right. Well, that seems to work. Dale, you're probably ready, aren't you? Okay, then. It's an easy switch. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Be back shortly. Thank you.
Dale part 2. So we're moving on to finance, right?
Yes. So finance should be, your first
Yep.
tab in the green tab section. Well, I tried to differentiate the filed budget from the.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay, so, for page 1, we have our contractual, auditor, budgeted. The finance department, like a few other departments in the village, the expenditures are split out across general water and sewer. So you'll see notations, within the detail lines, signifying, which pieces, are where. So our fantastic auditors are budgeted not only through general water and sewer, they're also budgeted a portion in section 8. So you'll see that when we have Maryland's budget meeting in 1325 was housed senior account clerk and myself. A portion of salaries, 75% is charged to the general fund. And 60% for the senior account clerk. On the page 2, we have an amount for overtime, which is staying the same. Longevity also has stayed the same. Nobody's crossing over in a year. Sick pay incentive. When we budget for sick pay, it's almost a little bit of using a magic ball because you're not really quite sure what's going to happen in 2024 in terms of time being used. That physically actually gets paid out in 2025 and is brought back to 2024 using an accrual. So you'll see in 2023, we have not expended anything for sick pay incentive because that's not actually going to get expended until February in prescription with the CSA managers contracts, as well as PBA. We have a small amount in for renewal vacation. Our telephone line is remaining the same. Printing and postage, we did increase slightly. Postage rates have increased, and I'm sure they will see an adjustment in 2024 as well. These are for our tax bills, our receipts, tax receipts. We only send out tax receipts to homeowners that have an escrow agency or bank paying their tax bill. So we have to send the homeowner an actual receipt for those items, as well as delinquent notices. Office and supplies expense, we're remaining the same, and I need to look at the allocation for that, because with finance, we do have two different departments, really. You have the treasurer 1325 line, but then you have the 1680 processing, which is data processing. So sometimes things get charged on one side and they should be charged on the other. We have our copier contract, professional dues and meetings are allocated in there. I've been able to take advantage of quite a few virtual meetings this year. I'm hoping next year that the timing works out and I can go to NICOM in September. So we will take advantage of that if possible. On page 4, we put an amount in for bond and note expense, as well as continuing disclosure. Every June, the village has to file a continuing disclosure document that substantiates where we are fiscally. The ban renewal occurs in September. If we go out to bond in 2024, it will require that higher amount that's in the budget. I'm not anticipating going out for a serial bond to roll over our short-term ban for another year, hopefully, so that interest rates can adjust and that we're not setting us up for a 20-year bond at a higher rate of interest. We have an amount in for consulting services. Every other year, we have to do a full OPEB analysis of our benefits. 2024 is not a full census year, so I was able to bring that budget down a little bit for 2024. 1340 is our line item for budget supplies. So there will be a small amount coming into expenses for 2023 in that line. And then page 5 brings us into the data processing budget, which houses all the rest of my fantastic team of the finance department. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 employees that are charged to the general fund, but also to the water and sewer fund in that department. We do have Maggie back full time, which I'm very happy about. And actually have started her, signed up to take some accounting classes with the Office of the State Controller. So those will, I think it happens next week. It's 2 days to give her on Zoom now. It is on Zoom, but they do actually send a textbook, which I'm happy about.
Good.
Yes, to give her a little more knowledge base.
Sure.
She sees it coming in, but so you actually get some background behind it, you're not really putting all those pieces together. So she's excited about it.
Good.
And I'm excited about it, and I think it'll be great.
Great.
We kept our overtime line the same amount. Longevity did increase a little bit for somebody hitting a milestone of years, which is always nice to see. Again, sick pay incentive, health stipend. We do have 2 individuals that take advantage of the health stipend rather than the village's health insurance.
What's the health stipend?
If you do not take the village's health insurance, you are paid a health stipend of $1,000 a year. 500 is in June, and then 500 is in December. We do keep a small amount in for part-time, so that's more for the ability to do some records retention when possible. A small amount in for in lieu of vacation. We were advised by A1 that we were to replace 2 computers this year. One is housed in the general fund and then one is housed in the water fund. A telephone line respectively did not change. Printing and postage, we did increase a little bit, just like in the other line for potential postal increases. Office and supplies expense remained the same, as well as office equipment and leases. Professional dues and meetings, we kept at the same amount. And training, school and education, we as well kept at the same amount. Computer software, we did increase this line. The board so kindly approved us obtaining the software for debt books, which allows us to input all of our lease information. And next year, we have to then account for subscriptions. So basically our admin software, our municipal, or any of those type softwares are part of a GASB pronouncement that if we reach a certain level, we absolutely have to report it. If we're under a certain threshold, we don't necessarily have to have it in our audit report, but it's really, determined by the calculations, and we go back and forth with the auditors and discuss. But they need the information laid out, and so this projects forward the liabilities for all of our leases or all our subscriptions in terms of GASB reporting. 1980.
Sorry, Dale, so going back to the computer software equipment. So you're talking about the $50,000 pretty much increase. Is that just a one-time for 2024, or is that going to be consistent throughout the next few years?
Debt books is an annual subscription.
Okay.
So
So that's going to be, that's
it
going
is-
to be part of the that's going to be part of that
Mhm.
going forward from the budget
Yes.
itself.
Yes. And right now, and this is being charged back to the town at 100%, whereas other items are charged back at 50%, other than water, the village pays for the water portion of the events contract, but since the village is using Evans for their tax billing, but the town has not been able to move over to Evans, they are still using PBS for their tax. So until another solution is found, or Evans can get out all the tweaks. At this point, we really have 2 different tax billing systems in play. So that increase is in here, because technically we're paying for 2 in this budget line, but most of it is coming back to that. Essentially,
You're charging the town.
yes, so that's part of that increase as well.
Got it. Thank you.
Insurance premiums,
Where's, how come on the percent it doesn't? Shouldn't it be? Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, can you, and I'm gonna ask, you don't have to, I think Paul would be more suitable to answer that question in regards to the LEDs. I know part of the deal was that the software system that they had more or less to track a lot of the stuff. Do you know, that you're aware if that is, or maybe Karen? I'll ask that question when Paul gets here. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, because it's pretty much, they were mapping the whole thing and everything, and that was one of the advantage of one of the telescopes that they had at that time to see what we had. So, okay, I'll ask that too.
Yeah.
No problem.
That's too dark for you, but it's just reflecting off my screen. You can't see the numbers.
General fund budget. Well, we work on. Like 40 years, then.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're very well set. Are there any questions?
Just that, my question to you will be more or less, and you said the increase, the recommended increase for now for the water is 5%, but I know we were talking about different options in regards to that, to the water treatment plant. Is that, we're gonna touch that when we get to the capital projects itself?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay. Yeah. In detail. Great detail.
got it.
As well as, other projects, you know, for 2024.
Yeah.
We're not having a discussion with the DRI. Moving forward,
Gotcha.
with those projects. And, anticipating, you know, next use of fund balance and that. You know,
Yeah, so I think that would be, you know, for me, and I guess, so I'm gonna just stick with the water treatment planning and how that is gonna affect, if anything, our percentage, and, you know, if the 5%, it's gonna be a different number or whatever that is. You know, because right now the budget, the tentative budget is based on 5%. So, but if the board decides to put a different percentage, obviously it's gonna change a lot of the equations that you just worked on. That, whatever that may be. Because right now is, so forget about the increase, I guess, on the percentage of the plan, that it may have an impact into our budget, which is gonna have an impact into our budget. But right now, it looks like you're making it work with 5%.
For 2024.
For 2024, yeah,
2024.
I know.
Will be good at 5.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So no, but the
Yes.
budget that we're looking right now is for 2024.
Correct,
So,
yes.
but that's what I want to make sure that is in mind. It's being mindful that we have to look for, most likely for the, you just said that whatever that borrow is gonna be for 30 years. So we kind of have to look for the next 30 years. And being mindful in a way that how is that gonna affect the budget going forward for the next 30 years at least.
Right.
So,
Right.
okay.
And that we will talk about when we
Yeah.
talk about, we wanted to devote time, when Bonnie and Victor to talk specifically about
Yeah.
that. And, again, without knowing what grant funding we have yet, which hopefully we find out soon. The scenarios that we had forward to the board previously outlined the range of thoughtfulness that we put, or forethought rather, that we put
Yeah.
towards this, to sort of know the span of potential outcomes.
Yeah.
Additionally, anything, we borrow in 2024, that bond payment won't be due until 2025.
Gotcha.
And again, I'm looking for short-term, borrowing. I did, the request had what statements from, our consultants, to determine, even without awarding the bid and getting cash flow from our leasing, you know, which is preemptive, but what has been your experience previously in these type of projects? Cash flow, for them, so I'm also working with that to build, schedule, as well. Also using fund balance to smooth out, rate hikes so that there's not this, well, that is staggered and healthy. So I think we have to, yeah, I think we, are successful in receiving grant funds. That will be, definitely good.
Definitely. Okay, thank you, Dan.
Okay. Can you just? Are you still looking?
No, I was just trying to see if there was anything else I didn't touch on.
Okay, maybe that's some questions.
Does anybody have any questions?
Oh, I don't know if you were done. So I need like the end. So I'm interested in bonds, and I know the town also asked you a little bit about it. Where are people seeing bonds heading? 24, 25, 26, etc. And part two is what's our rating now? Yeah,
We're evaluating one.
okay,
When I requested the bond amortization schedule from our finance consultants, that's something to work with. Anticipating that we would be going to the market, potentially in February, but with the cash flow analysis getting in from our consultants, it might be a little later,
Okay.
in the spring. So we go to the market. We're using right now a 4.75% interest rate, for those bonds, which may or may not. It's it's definitely a projection at this point. So you actually go to the market, and see, who, is interested in your debt. The more people you have, the more, interest in your bond, the better it is. And then when we went to the market for the town, we only had, I think, 2 bidders on there.
what are they rated at? The town,
They're. Yeah, the one above, no. They're, yeah,
What was the rate though? What was the interest rate that they had on those two?
for, their band, was right around the same interest rate. As for the village, they went out in August, and we went out in September. So I think they were 8240 and we're, 3.8240 and we're at 3.875. So relatively, within the same window, but the village had, 4 bidders on our round. We also had, a larger, bond offering out.
Mhm.
The band, also, I think there's deferred, at a time that people, banks maybe didn't want to make a gamble on the interest market, with the feds having just raised the rate, pretty much like 5 days before, they're fully, coming. So that could have been part of it too. Timing was player role. As well.
always. Okay, that was it from me. Anybody? Thank you, Dale. Who next?
Tom Michael, be ready for us.
Good.
Yes, hello, folks.
Hello.
All right, thank you for your patience, and I appreciate the accommodation of being able to get my slides together. I had recently presented on the final assessment roll, so it only just took a couple of minutes. Thank you. Let me go ahead and share my screen. All right. So because I've been with the town for just under 6 months, I wanted to introduce you to the department. It's a little bit different. We've had some retirements. Unfortunately, we lost a dear staff person, a great colleague. But since that time, we have been able to staff up. Again, I came in April as the newly appointed town assessor. We have Jackie McMahon as our part-timer. Sierra Champagne came in as our assessment clerk. Sharon is here as an assessment assistant, and of course, our deputy assessor, Al Closey, who's been a wonderful help. So just by way of year-over-year change in growth rates in the assessed value, I wanted to present this stack bar chart here in the Village of Briarcliff Manor, Village of Ossining, and Town Outside, just by way of side-by-side comparison. As I mentioned earlier, the growth in value driven by sales price for 1, 2, and 3 family homes on average was about 11.9%, and in aggregate, just under 12% here. This was again driven by sales that occurred from July 1st of 2021 through June 30th of 2022. That was our valuation period statutorily set for us. It's kind of a difficult map to look at. I know that there is very small text here, but I wanted to provide you with a neighborhood breakdown because depending on location, we saw different growth rates, different neighborhood adjustment trends that were applied for parcels not undergoing construction. This would just be market or equalization change only time adjustments, which the vast majority of our assessment roll underwent these types of changes. We sent out a change of assessment notice in late May of 23 to inform taxpayers of the tentative assessment roll published in June. And about 4.5% of our population came out to file a grievance, which I'll get into in just a few moments.
Did any neighborhood go decrease in value?
We did not see any decreases in value. We don't expect to see that not until the 2025 roll, and the reason for it is because of our lagged valuation date that's a year behind. And that's one of the challenges we face explaining to taxpayers that even in what now seems to be a cooling market, or even perhaps next year, although I can't predict the future, if we do see some sort of a market correction or a downturn, it won't be reflected until the following assessment roll because of that July 1st of the previous year valuation requirement. But we do expect to see these numbers tamped down a bit for the 2024 roll for next year, and perhaps even more so for the 2025. Again, we pay a lot of attention to the market. We speak with realtors, the public, and of course we do a lot of data analysis to make sure that we're estimating value correctly based on comparable sales of what's really going on now in the market for the following year.
And do you also look to make sure that your data correlates to the building department data defining 2, 3, etc. housing, that they are synchronized?
In most cases, Mayor, I have actually found that there is a sync between those two systems. However, it is not uncommon for some parcels to be viewed by the assessment office in use, even if that use is not conforming to the certificate of occupancy or the legal use. The state of New York requires us to observe real property and classify it, even if it's being used in a way that, again, is not necessarily recognized by the building department. I hope that answers that question.
Well, there's a follow-up because we do get a lot of complaints about this. So the follow-up is, what does the New York State require you to do? So if it's a different use than what the building department, are you required to report it to the building department? Like, what action gets taken?
So, for example, if we approached a 2-family home and we noticed that there was a third separate unit, and we were able to verify that, we would call it a 3-family, even if the building department had a 2-family. And it is very common for our deputy assessor, who mostly handles these residential properties, to report to the building department. Although I don't believe it's required by law, it's something that many assessment offices like to do, because if we see something, we like to say something. Just in case there's a potential issue for safety.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. All right, so the change in county taxable AV for parcels within each of our three munis are Village of Briarcliff Manor, Village of Ossining, and Town Outside. I'll focus on the Village of Ossining, where the lion's share of our parcel count is. We saw a 9.7% increase year over year in county taxable assessed value. That was the largest of the three sections of the town that we value. The town taxable for each of those three sections, again, 9.7, not remarkable. It tracks very closely county and town. Village changes things a little. It was a 9.8%, nearly 10% increase in taxable assessed value at the village level, village AV. And that is because exemptions, as they were applied, may apply to the county, the town, the village, the school district, or any number of those entities, depending on which resolutions were passed. So that's why I want to bring up exemptions administration. So there were some big changes in 2023. Having just come in about a month before the tentative roll, I had learned when I arrived that the county, Westchester that is, town of Ossining, and the village of Ossining adopted the new sliding scale for the senior citizen exemption income limit, which used to be in the 30s. It was increased to that 58,400. We had just under 200 first-time applicants, and of those, 100 seniors qualified for the exemption for the first time under this new sliding scale income. I can tell you that 3/4 of those came from the village of Ossining, that there were far fewer in the village of Briarcliff Manor, and there were some in the unincorporated town outside, but the majority came from the village of Ossining. The Westchester County town of Ossining, village Ossining portions of the bill, there was the new firefighter requirement that dropped the number of years of service from 5 to qualify for the exemption down to 2. So we had an influx of an increase in the number of first-time applicants for the firefighter and emergency worker exemption. And for the disabled exemption, it remained relatively similar from 22 to 23, despite the fact that the county, the town, and the village did adopt the higher income limit. We have far fewer residents enjoying the exemption under the disabled rules as compared to the senior citizen. So we do spend quite a bit of time looking at what's going on in the market, and we have to talk to realtors and our taxpayers. Of course, we want them to understand what we're seeing and see if that mirrors their understanding or expectation of what the market's doing. So up to this point, despite what we had expected, interest rates have really not cooled the sale prices. We've seen a precipitous drop in the number of transfers. So the number of comps that are available to us to value has diminished, but the sale price per square foot, the median sale price quarter over quarter, even when looking at some of the industry leaders like Houlihan Lawrence and other available online market reports, we just have not seen a backslide in value. Demand is still strong. The inventory is quite low, as many know, and homes are selling quickly. Days on market for many homes, very, very short amount of turnaround. Some popular listing websites are even suggesting that we're seeing sales that are 5 or 10% above ask, and sometimes more than that. It creates a challenge for the assessment office. Our job is to estimate value, and sometimes we are actually coming in a little bit low. So that's our challenge for the coming year, to make sure that we are at 100%, remain at 100%, and ensure that we're doing it in a fair and equitable way that's transparent. So actually, this is perfect. I should have just jumped to here. This is coming right out of MLS, One Key MLS, single family homes in our town in general. We're seeing this very steep decline in the number of listings. Yet, even with the seasonal increases that you're seeing on the right-hand side, and, depending on the time of the year, we'll see prices fluctuate. It's still a very clear trend in the upward direction going through July of 2023. And the reason I use this time frame through July of 2023 is because for the 2024 assessment roll, we're obligated to use sales from July 1st of 22 for June 30th of 23. So while I can't predict exactly what values will look like on the next tentative assessment roll, we are still looking at least single-digit increases. Right, we see a little bit of tapering off here with the growth rate starting to slow towards May and June, leading to July of 23. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And it does vary based on location. Also wanted to throw in the quick slide with the school taxable assessed value. It was our largest growth rate in taxable AV of 10.3%. Okay, so our small claims assessment review, we did have about 4.5% of the roll file grievances this year. And 350 did go to small claims. We're continuing to look at this as an opportunity to learn more about where we may be falling short with our assessed values. This is not something that we look at as being a negative. It is part of every township's responsibility to handle grievances and, of course, look at the small claims that come in. If we are disproportionately low or high in a particular neighborhood, we would want to map that out to see where we could do better moving forward. Although the town did maintain its 100% designation according to the Office of Real Property Tax Services for the 2023 roll, there's always room for improvement. So we look at these statistics in a way that can inform how we move forward. The Village of Ossining was only 35% of our total count of our small claims. The Board of Assessment Review did reduce just under 20, and many more will be settled with the small claims assessment review process. So let me stop sharing my screen. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions that I either covered here or didn't cover.
Hi, this is my mic on. Can you hear me?
A little bit faint, but I'll try to turn up my volume as much as I can.
How is this?
Oh, much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So thank you for the detailed presentation. My main question is around what thoughts you have about how we should respond to folks who come to us saying, hey, I'm looking to and now of course all the technical language escapes it, but like essentially like challenge the assessment. I want to go do that. Given the relatively small number of people that are able to successfully do that, do you advise like, hey, like shoot your shot, see what happens, or here are the circumstances under which you're more likely to be successful or not?
That's a great question. I'm really glad you asked, because when we speak with taxpayers, those who approach us, one of the things we like to tell them is that no one knows their home better than they do. We encourage them to be prepared to bring comparables, sales that are truly of similar locational and physical characteristics when they challenge with the Board of Assessment Review and they file a grievance. I would say feel free to use publicly available tools. We have a tax map online that also provides sales information for those who have any questions about how to use it. They're very welcome to call our office. We have no objection to helping folks fill out the grievance forms. But I would say the best approach is to focus on value. And that's really what resonates with our Board of Assessment Review. And I don't want to speak for them because they're an independent board separate from the assessor's office. But from my experience, when the taxpayer challenges based on value, not taxes, but based on value, they may have a greater chance of success and receiving some sort of tax relief through that process. And that is the case with the small claims assessment review procedure as well, that it's really about market value.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
No.
Okay. Could you just remind me, can you hear me okay?
Yes, absolutely.
So this is assessment of real property. As far as taxation goes and tax collection, could you remind me the percent that are these homes out of the total of the lots that we have? Said differently, what percentage is like businesses versus the condos versus the rentals? Because this, the way you're describing is tax collection based on valuations of 1, 2, 3 families, correct?
That is correct. It's because about 80% of our roll would be 1, 2, and 3 family homes and residentially zoned vacant land. So I often start with the presentation that our typical taxpayer approaches us. Again, they're residential homeowners, but we do have 2,000 condo units. We have co-ops, of course. We do have offices, retail, industrial. They just represent a much smaller share of the total parcel count, and about 70% of the value in the town would be of the 1, 2, and 3 family homes. So that's why I sometimes spend a lot more time talking about them. With the presentation that I can forward to the folks that are participating, I would be very happy to provide a very detailed breakdown, a pie chart, and a count of the types of properties that folks might be most interested in. But our commercial base is not overly significant as compared to, again, those other residential owner-occupied homes.
Right, so I'm sort of interested in the contributions towards the total pie of rentals, condos, co-ops, not one piece of the pie, but separately what they each contribute. With 51% of the housing is rental, we oftentimes get developers talk about how much they're contributing. So it might be a different part of the contribution to the total revenue of the village, but I'd be interested to see in a pie chart the percentage of commercial versus, well, condos are oftentimes considered part of commercial. Co-op. Right, but I would love to see if that could be segmented out so we have a clearer sense of contribution to the total pie. Oh, is that it?
That is it. I didn't want to interrupt, but this question comes
No,
up
that's
often.
terrific. That's fine. I just can't read it.
and that's
It's
always
really
the
great and
downside.
it looks very pretty. I just can't read.
So I
Can
will be
you
very
enlarge
happy
that
to
a
walk
bit?
us through it very, very briefly. I don't want to occupy too much of your
Or maybe
time.
enlarge that particular, if you just enlarge it a little bit, I think.
Let me see what I can do. I think I might be able to help us out here. Let me go ahead and I'll enlarge it and I'll display my presentation
Good.
view again.
Thank you very much.
Of course. No, and again, this question comes up often. It's the reason I had it at the ready, because in terms of parcel count by property type, we do separate out the condos and co-ops. Bear with me for a moment. My apologies. Let's get back to it. There we are. Again, residential is just under 70%. That's our 1, 2, and 3 family homes. We have condominiums and cooperatives. They're about.
When you say we, are you doing all 3 municipalities in this?
I am, and
Oh,
what
okay. I need the village separated out. If you, and I don't mean this minute, but this chart is fantastic. Interesting to learn more about it, but would be very interested in the village, which is very different than the other 2 municipalities.
Understood. We can absolutely provide that level of detail. Not a problem at all.
Oh, no, you can continue with that. I wanted to see that. I just would like that specific to the village. That would be really helpful to me.
Okay, so let's get back to it then. I will.
Thank you.
Let me go ahead and share the screen once again.
Appreciate it.
Of course.
Okay.
Okay. So this is one way to view it. Here's a different way. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can increase the size of it, because I know how hard it is to see when it's not right in front of us. Okay, let's try to do that here.
Right.
Okay, all right, so we're getting away from the property types. Okay, so again, as a representation of value, the residential versus the commercial, you can see them side by side in terms of billions of dollars of AV. Okay, blue representing 2022 AV and orange representing 2023. You can see the greatest amount of change was for 1, 2, and 3 family homes. Commercial was up just small single digits, low single digits, and that's in large part because of our office and retail markets. The vacancy rates are higher. The terms of leases are less favorable than they were pre-pandemic, and we're still starting to see that. We're still seeing that with regards to rent rolls and leases that I've been in receipt of. We don't have a requirement for income-producing properties to file income and expense statements, but from market reports and the filers that I do have at my disposal, we are, still seeing an office and retail market that's struggling in some instances. And condos and co-ops, they tend to track with our residential apartments. We value them based on the income approach as per the law. So they're up single digits. And vacant land and some of these other miscellaneous building classes, they are, largely trended based on land value factors. And once again, when I sign off the call, we'll be able to produce this at the village level as well.
Thank you.
So I hope that adds some value, even though it's at the town level.
No, it's understood. It gives a trend, it gives a perspective. That's very helpful. Thank you very much.
You're
Anybody
welcome.
else? Oh, we have another question. Oh, that's a thumbs up. That's not a question. Okay. Thank you, sir, very much.
No, and thank you for your patience. And again, having been here such a short amount of time, I'm still learning my way around. So I always appreciate the understanding. I look forward to meeting with you again.
Likewise. Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of the day.
You as
Go
well.
vote. Not telling you how to
did.
vote, just go vote.
Went to my local firehouse, took care of it.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay,
You're welcome.
folks. Thank you. What do we got? Ahead? Yeah, maybe can we grab a bite, take a little break and then ask her to come in? Cut this off. There we go. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. We're back on. We just took 10 minutes to wolf down some food. It's a full-on day into the evening today with your lovely Board of Trustees. So we are going through the agenda and we are up to Village Clerk Sue Donnelly. Hello, Dale. Okay.
Your microphone is
You're on.
Speak
You have to speak closely on the mic. Do me a favor, do it this way, do it like this. Just hold itself in place, and just put it close to your mouth. And you could lower this part. Welcome.
Thank you. So how are we doing this one?
You're gonna talk, we're gonna listen.
Okay,
How's that work?
good.
Top line changes from one year to the next. Big issues we should be aware of, things you will stop doing, things you want to continue doing, and changes. Those are
Okay.
like some key items, if that is helpful to you. Or you could just talk about whatever you want to talk about, as long as we walk out of here
Let me-
knowing something.
Well, we've gone through this, if we want to go through, what is this first section? Expenses, right? Yep.
Mhm.
So as you can see, we have held it down a little bit on the, where we can actually be even with what our budget is for the services that we have here. We have single stocks. We have the codification of ordinances. We haven't had as many last year. If you look, 2022, we went through 23,000, but we had an enormous amount of laws happening, which we will have, but we're grouping them together better this year. I know the 15th, we have some laws left, finishing up. So $15,500 is the contractual line is fine. Legal notices. We try to be very conservative with our legal notices when we have to. We go out to the Gazette most of the time. And so we're at $834 this year so far. We're gonna leave it at 4,000 because we have no idea. I still want to stress that we should ask Albany to change the requirements that we put all this stuff into newspapers. I know the newspaper lobby is big, but there's very few newspapers you can put stuff in anymore. Printing and postage. I don't know how we got $2,075, but this year so far, but we'll check that out. I think I got hit with somebody in the department. I do use quite a few stamps. We do mailings. We try to do as much as possible via email for all new applications, and renewals of applications go up through the email. We went from about 75% last year to about 90% of the people. We do mail out, there's nothing to do with you, I was gonna say, all business. You don't have to, have to remember where everybody is. So I think that $900 is totally fine. Office supplies, and expense. I think that we have here the bath software. Okay.
Yes, that invoice is actually in your inbox
I
upstairs.
just took it out of the inbox, so that's good. Training and education, we didn't have that much training and education this last year because the deputy clerk was out on maternity leave for 3 months, but next year we're looking to get more of that done. Stenographer and translator services, I don't know where we stand with that, but. 'cause I
It
don't-
looks like there's not much being billed against it, right?
know.
Dale? So
does-
maybe we don't need it.
Well, does the attorneys, does Corporation Counsel have their own stenographer line? I say that only because in our recent meetings, we've had stenographers here. But if it's on his line, then,
I mean, contracted through the law firm, so perhaps it's coming through.
some of it, yeah, yes.
All I know is it's zeros and we're in November, so we might want to reduce that. It's not a lot of money,
Yeah.
obviously, but could
There-
probably be used elsewhere.
Right, there is not a line,
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I said.
there is a line in his line.
there's not a line in his budget.
So
Plus
I
we
have
do
a
the
feeling
firms.
that the
Law firms.
defendant's law firm has to deduct that tab, so. But I'd like to check that out, but yes,
I'm saying when it comes to on the special counsel's invoice, it's
Oh.
going to the legal line and it's not breaking out.
Oh, I see what
additional
you're saying.
service.
okay,
So maybe it's something we have to look at on their bills when they come in and break it out into those two different lines instead of charging it all to corporation counsel's budget.
yeah.
We can take a look, but
Yeah.
I think it's given the amount, I'm not sure if it matters.
No, I think it's more informational. Let's just find out and
Yeah.
let's see what they're charging us. Are they
Yep.
adding a margin above what
Or
they're
is the
getting charged?
defendant's counsel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
so intermunicipal contractors, that is one line that I do want to talk to you about. That's IMA to the village from the town. And we have taken on,
Sue, excuse me. Jesse's not here, huh? Did you leave?
We're all set.
Okay, just that she's not really talking to the
Oh,
mic. So
sorry.
if he's here, we don't know that.
we'll talk more into the mic.
Thank you. But usually the one that yells at us. She's not here.
Oh, okay,
Or just hold the mic. if
yeah,
it's up
I'll
to
just,
you.
yeah.
There you go.
So I did want to talk to you about that. I know that you have probably have received my memo. In the clerk's office, taking on the more responsibilities for both the village and the town, more the village than the town. And the town looking to have the percentages changed slightly. I'm sorry. I see now why you needed the screwdriver. So we wanted to talk a little bit about that. I don't know if this is the appropriate time.
It's the appropriate time.
Thank you. So what we are looking for is a second part-timer in our office. One thing that has happened is our part-timer is working part-time for the village, and because she's paid out of the town through the clerk's office, she works 2 days a week with us and 3 days over in the village building department. We are looking to hire a second part-timer just to be on those days that she's not here. We have taken on all the taxi services except for the inspections, which we work very closely with the police department on. We've taken over the tow truck operators, of which we will be licensing the tow truck operators this year. And we have taken on many more. You are hitting over 1,000 foils this year. So with just those 3 examples, there's many more. I'm sure you have this letter. Do you have the letter from July 6th?
I read it.
I did forward it to the board.
Okay, so I want to make sure. And then, so we would like to suggest that you go up to paying 70% of the cost of the clerk's office, which is broken down by the fantastic finance office. It's not anything to do with the town except for our salaries and our fringe benefits, correct?
Yeah.
Well, it's everything. It's
It
going
is.
up. It's going up, if I'm not mistaken, 65% to 70%.
But what I would like
The
to
new cut, plus you're asking for a part-time or.
no, included in that. So you would be paying 70%, but the part-timer money would be the person that I don't have a person yet, to be honest with you. The person I want to get hired would come out of that other 5%. We worked out all the calculations.
Raising the percentage and raising the budget.
Right.
Yes. Well, it's raising your percentage, but it's raising the town budget.
No,
It also raises the amount for the
it's
IMA.
the whole
Yeah,
thing.
So-
it's all about the IMA,
So,
right?
so in terms of dollar changes currently at the staff that is currently in place at the 65%, including fringe, including, your
Everything.
copy, your lease, all the other stuff, your IMA amount is 182,419. Adding a second part-timer and changing the percentage to 70%, it's an additional $27,638.23.
In total, which is
In
what-
total.
so everybody's saying the same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So the thing is that we are very heavy village clerks. We do a lot of work for the village. So it gives a little bit more in the IMA to the town, but it gives us a part-timer. So that's what we're suggesting that we do.
Sue, you were a supervisor at some
Mhm.
point. Could you explain to me why with a heavier percentage, why the clerk wouldn't be reporting to the village? Is that a New York State issue? What is that?
Yeah, you're
I'm
required,
just curious.
yeah, so right now, the clerk's position, and I want to thank everyone for voting today, is an elected position, and that's a town
Because the
position.
town is the.
Right.
Okay.
At one point, there was a town clerk and a village clerk.
Mhm.
It seems extremely redundant. And I would say there's only about 2 or 3 communities in New York that one clerk takes on two completely different municipalities. So you're required to have a town clerk. You're not required to have a village clerk.
Got it.
So because we have the ability to do both, we do run, most of our programs we have 2 sessions running all the time for the village and one for the village and one for the town. But that's why that you do that. And I can't possibly see the advantages of going back and splitting it out of the IMA.
Well, there's another reason. We're
Yeah.
one of only less than a handful of municipalities where the village is so much bigger
Yes.
than in the town. It's an unusual relationship. I'm not quite sure how that developed. I'm sure there is a history to it. But the real issue is not what everybody else is doing. The real issue is that in towns and villages, the towns are bigger than the villages. The only time a town is bigger than the village is in the voting environment. All the other things, budgets, personnel, police, fire, the village is about 4 times the size of the town.
In this particular instance.
In our instance, which
Yeah.
is what we're talking about.
Mhm.
So just for the public record, that's why we were chartered. It's one of the reasons. So I think actually having a clerk do both and a couple of other things actually makes people work together better, in my opinion. But there are pros and cons, but I was just curious. Now I understand.
Yeah.
So I hear you. That's the one change from last year. I mean, there is another change, as you pointed out, a huge increase in foils. The foils under the Freedom of Information Act is very time consuming.
Mhm.
I think that at some point, the government at a senior level should change the way foils are done. Because sometimes they're done strategically to bottleneck municipalities, not because people really need the information, but because they want it and they use it strategically. But others, it's really just to get information. Also, in the past 4 or 5 years, there's a lot of stuff one can get online rather than having to call for a FOIL that people simply don't do. Because it's easier maybe to call somebody or whatever. And I think that's a change that the government hasn't responded to. But before any of that happens, we are where we are. So increase in FOILs, taking on more responsibility. There's only 2 of us sitting here. This isn't a vote. We take all of this, again, I know you know this, Sue, and everybody else sitting here, but for those that watch this, we don't necessarily sit here and vote. We take all this information. We will be getting requests for the rest of the week. Very few people have walked in here and asked us to cut their budget and have less. So it's usually like trying to figure out a portfolio of where we want to add and where we don't. And we'll do that at the end. So we take note of your request. We appreciate it and understand the explanation for it.
And I just want to point out one last thing, and then I'll let the trustee speak, but that this part-timer will be totally dedicated to village functions.
Understood.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you understood that.
In your note.
Yeah.
Any questions?
So-
sir?
Yeah, no, thank you, Sue. You said on this side of the table as well, the struggles sometimes that we have, and totally understand the struggles that you're going through in the office as well. So I guess my question to you is, let's say the board, obviously, approves the part you request. And a year from now, 2 years from now, you realize that the person is no longer needed, or the work has slowed down.
Mhm.
Is that something that there will be an adjustment at that point?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I believe you all
No,
know
I know.
me very well. I am
Yeah.
probably the most budget conscious person on the face of the earth, because
Yeah.
I've lived with my own business and doing this in all levels of
Yeah.
this. I've done budgeting. I used to have a sign that said no. And then I had to write on the bottom, but you are the best.
You mean
But-
Buster?
Yeah, now I have a dinosaur.
She
because I
gave
get-
me that sign. The
And also, I like the idea, I don't know how you feel about it. I
Yeah.
like the idea of a second part-timer and not promoting
full-time. And then
part-timers
us,
to
yeah.
full-time. Cause I prefer to have, especially in your department, part-time, I think it's more productive. When more people learn and the future, like they get promoted out of this department for different things.
Exactly.
So
And that's,
it's
and that's our
better to
goal.
Have a head count than to have one or two individuals get paid, but rather, because that has been a pipeline to promotions, which I think is terrific.
Which will continue, and again, Janet has spent some time in the building department. She worked for the village for a while in the building department to catch up on
Great.
foils. I will state that there was we're looking at it right now, but there was an appellate decision that says that I can't write back to people. You can see it online.
Well, in
I can't write back.
Well, if they want to foil.
If they,
they can foil.
they foil, and I go, this information, we were writing, this information is available online.
Yeah.
Property cards being one example.
Exactly what I was thinking.
And we just heard that the appellate division has said you can't do that anymore.
Well,
It was specific to you.
No, no, it wasn't even our case. It was another town in Westchester, but it wasn't us.
so that kind of follows up with some of the stuff in here, sure,
Yeah.
because a lot of the stuff between you, department, and part of it's few departments that get foiled, sure. But you go through all that stuff, and Maddie is shaking her head. It's because the both departments are not the department that gets a lot, and we have. Yes, but we have spent a lot of money in regards to software and availability for specific details that we are trying to limit a lot of the FOIL
Exactly.
information, which is
Exactly.
obviously the building department, one of them. And the lawyers is not, we don't have anything that will help that portion,
Right.
but and yet we still get, you guys still getting requests over foils in regards to.
Well,
this.
they're on the very beginning, and again, with everything else, they're on the very beginning of the learning curve of looking
Yeah.
stuff up on their own. And let's talk about the building department for 1 second. Okay, so that's a big one with real estate agents.
Yeah.
And real estate agents wants everything yesterday. They scream on the phone, they do whatever they want to do. Guess what? Doesn't faze us at all. So, but if they want it before 20 days, feel free to look it up. And then you'll be a step ahead of the game. And then that will be a slow, it's
Until
like,
they get used to it.
it's like Laserfiche. We have about 15 to 20% compliance on Laserfiche. Every day we work on this. And that, was you waiting? Oh, did you take a sip?
It says laser.
They have to take a sip. But this is our future. Laserfiche is our future. So this year we're going to be, and it goes back to your question too, is if you don't need it, this year we're going to be concentrating on working with the different departments. This part-timer will be working with the village departments. The other part-timer will be working with the village departments and the town departments. And I liked when the mayor said too, that we are like the department that brings everybody together, because for us, it's all the same, town, village. We have to go to different programs and do different stuff, and we have different workloads. But yeah, I think that I would like to make this a big year of a push of getting everybody to use their Laserfiche. So then what we can do is we pay licensing fees. Then we can bring it down to how many licenses do we need for each department? How many, who's going to actually be doing this work? It could be clerk 1, clerk 2, clerk 3. So yeah, so we have a lot we're in the middle of, and we have a lot that we want to move forward with. But yeah, sometimes foils take the entire day to go back to that.
And a lot of the stuff, but when you talk about Laserfiche, that's coming from the state. There's a lot of the requirements that has to be scanned, it has to be documented.
Well, we passed 2 policies in the village and the town allowing us to do that. The state is actually running with that
Yeah.
big time, saying to other communities, look what
Yes.
some of these other communities did.
Right.
They're going to electronic files. Let's get, because there's people that have boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes. And I will tell you that this last time we did shredding, because of Laserfiche and because of the intern program from the summer, Section 8 cleared out that building.
The whole area.
So we are moving forward.
Good.
I would like to move forward faster because I'm me, but that's, we can get that done.
Well, the
Great.
part-timing will help.
I'm sorry,
The part-time.
the part-timer will help immensely. And I just
And
wanted to
hopefully
point
you'll
out
get an
that,
intern again this summer because we're big proponents of interns.
oh, very big.
So
We had
Okay.
10 of them running around this
that's
building.
great.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
Just want to say that
Oh,
it isn't a change in your IMA, it's only a change in your schedule of the back of the IMA. So
same thing.
try to make it as
All right.
easy as possible, okay?
So
Do we
just-
have anything else? Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh, we
No,
done?
no. You have something else?
Yeah, let's just do revenues for a few minutes,
Okay.
okay? So, revenues, is, fire department and fire badges. I don't know why we have not zero for actual this year so far.
I don't know what page are you on?
Page three,
That's 3 and 4.
3 and 4
Okay.
of the clerk. But we'll have to just check that. We spend a lot of time checking, making sure that they're
Now,
going
what-
to the
what
right.
zeros are you talking about? You're looking at the,
I'm looking at fire department badges and firehouse events.
The first revenue line,
yeah.
yeah, so it might be
It's-
a coding
Yeah,
on the monthly report.
yeah, so we have not had that many firehouse events, shockingly, but, you know, that's not something that's advertised. You have to be a fire department. Public health fees, this is birth and death certificates for the village. Okay, we haven't had a birth in the village except for 4 home births since 1955. That's when the hospital
Right,
closed.
in the hospital, we don't have hospitals.
No, we don't have a hospital here. And death certificates are requests for death certificates from 2000 and I think 2000 and back or 2010 and back, okay? That's mostly, vital records are very much a town function. Parking permits, this is train station. We are down 100,000. 90,000 because we stopped selling parking permits in June.
So can I ask you a quick question on that one?
Mhm.
Because so that's the, so I guess.
Train
either-
station
either-
only.
Either you or Dell, that's the actual up to date 2023?
Yeah.
Not because of the quarters, because sometimes I know we get revenues.
Right.
So that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
We don't do quarterly things.
No, I just want to make sure. because
There is
are
people
some-
here that do quarterly in this building that do quarterly.
Right, so can we just look at the parking,
Yeah.
station
Yes.
permits, please? So we budgeted, okay, obviously we had COVID for 2, actually
Right.
2019. 320, we got 321. We did the same thing for 2020. We still did that because people already bought their
Right,
things. 2021, it got reduced in the plan, but also in actuality even farther. 2022, still budget 280, but it went up by 30 grand. And 2023, we anticipated to go back to 300, which is the level from 2-3 years ago.
Mhm.
And we're pretty close to that. We're at 195.
Mm.
None of these actually made the number, I guess in 2019, I think. So we're going back up, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
There's an upswing, 22 a little bit, just a tiny bit in 23. We'll see next year where we are, whether that's now the standard.
Right.
And it might also go up if the fees increase. The fees discussion for the public knowledge does not get discussed at these budget meetings. This is proposed budgets by departments, not fee discussions.
well,
What?
We- right. Well, that is one thing, but we have sent out,
You
the-
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
we have sent out the parking, the train station permitting
Right.
for
It's November,
2024.
right?
Okay, I just want you to know that. 'cause it
Yeah,
said
could I
about the
just
fees.
make this, maybe I should take my own notes.
Yeah, you
I'm
want to,
just gonna look at you. No, it's not you. In my mayor's message, can we add, it's gonna go out Wednesday this week. Can we add that the parking, information went out in the mail, just to let people know?
an email,
I'm sorry.
email.
For renewals, right?
For
Right.
renewals, if you currently have, when will the next phase be?
So we already have 133 people that have signed up for their
What is the
train,
total available spots?
440.
Okay.
So, we've already sold 100 and they have until December 15th
We have sent out to all of the waiting list. If you look back in 2019, we had a waiting list for
Okay.
parking spots. 2020, the reason that it went down the 10,000 was because we make refunds once a year. You can request a refund for a half a year in June and get it from July to December. And then 21, we couldn't even,
Okay,
you know,
no, that's not my point. I just want to let the public know.
Yes.
Maddie, you understand what I'm doing, just. Yeah,
and
we
we'll
just wanna
put,
let
it-
people
and
know.
put in the message too, that you go online and you go to the wait list and the
Yeah,
the
they're
wait
not
list.
gonna give me anything that you're not gonna
Right,
read,
okay.
and they know that I like a small paragraph, it's fine, but I
Okay.
think this is important. You know why I think it's important? Because from what I understand, companies are increasingly calling people back into the city.
Yes.
You
Yes.
know, from 1 day to 2 day to 3 day to 4 days. I don't know if it'll be all 5 days, but everybody's different.
Right.
So, in the last few times I've been in the city, there's definitely been an increase in traffic and all sorts of stuff. So I just think it's the right time now,
Mhm.
to go
Yeah.
through that. Okay,
All right. Oh,
thank
we-
you very much,
well-
Clerk Donnelly.
Okay, we just have two more things.
Okay.
We have muni
Oh, I thought
lots,
you were done. Okay.
munis lots, which is a constant, and I will tell you in November is a big time for them to come in and get their
Uh-huh.
muni lots. And also business licensing, which you can see that we're over, we're at 46,000 and we hope to increase that number. We want to leave it at 35,000 for now as we get into stuff, but that will also include tow truck driver licensing and
Right,
stuff
so
like
you
that.
used to do this, Dale, at 50,
Mm-hmm.
and although 1 year you did 0 for some reason, but you used to do 50, you went down to 35, understandable,
Yeah.
post-COVID, blah, blah, blah. And now you're anticipated, sorry, you're 10, so why would you in 2024 go back to 35 when you're already at 46 and 23?
One of the things that we have done over the last couple of years is restrict how many taxi companies. We went from having 35 taxi companies and 150 drivers to having 16 taxi companies.
Understood. I
Okay.
just think the revenue number should be adjusted in 24 because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't really
It's-
materially change
Right.
expenses or anything, I don't think, but.
If you want to raise that revenue line, that's,
Sure.
yeah, that's totally understandable.
No, and I think you guys are absolutely doing the right thing. Although in fairness, some of these companies are by name, they're owned by the same people under different names. So it sounds like it's so many, but you're right, there needs to be.
Oh, no,
reduced.
it was crazy. Yeah,
It
yeah.
needs to be reduced or safety issues, all
Right.
sorts of stuff. So that's fine.
Okay, and then the only other, go ahead.
Can we go back to the muni,
Mhm.
parking, municipal parking lot?
Right,
Because if we talked about the same concept as we did at the apartments and the train station.
Mhm.
The number that we have that actually has been coming down.
well, yes, it came down because what happened was there was a lot of people that were buying day and night and parking their cars because they were working out of their houses.
Okay.
And then in 2022, we leveled off, but I'm going to tell you, it's going to go back up again.
Yeah.
You know, my concern is we have to be very careful when we do this budgeting. I don't mind it being $100,000 because I think we'll hit that number. We have not started moving revenue from muni parking to 2024. As you saw in my monthly report, we've
Yeah.
already moved all train station parking to 2024. So this number will go up. And then the just thing we have to be careful is as things happen with your different thing, you know, with your different projects that you have going on, it's going to affect this.
Yeah,
But and then also, I guess, the municipal parking lots that are now at the Market Square,
Right.
based on the information and what the board passed, the resolution this year, that's gonna go up as well. Sure, that's gonna affect
Theoretically,
revenue as
yeah.
well.
It is, but that's gonna get charged to a different line. So because that's gonna be hourly, that's not going to be in the clerk's budget. That's going to be in the parking meter line, except for that if you have an overnight
Oh,
unit.
I was gonna
which you would
say
get,
that,
yeah.
that, but that still affects,
Mhm.
that's gonna affect that portion in
Mhm.
there. So I'm talking about just parking as a whole itself. I think
Right.
that's gonna be, you're gonna be seeing that a lot.
Right.
all right, we'll probably next year go through the explanation of, you know,
Right,
there are
I'm-
different buckets
Mhm.
and, you know, some will move out of yours, et cetera, which is understood. So we'll just have to
Right.
keep track.
Okay.
But that's more of a tracking issue. It's not in real money. It'll probably end up in total being, I think, more money.
Right.
we get it all together.
So, and then the last page, which is page 4, it has alarm registration. And again, we dropped that number down over the years because we have to really look at the law. Because if you have a Ring,
Camera?
if you have a Ring camera and you do it yourself, it's not required that you have an alarm.
Well, you
Because
have
it's
an alarm.
nothing that
It's not
calls the
required
police
that you
department. Register it, yes.
Hmm.
So we just have to look at that. That's exactly what I said to the town too. They have to look at their alarm registration and we have to look at our alarm registration, but we still have practically the 5,000, the budgeted amount in, so this year. We have been staying more on top of it. We do have, the other thing that that I want the part-timer to work on too is false alarms and stuff like that, because there is some things that have to be put in pile B because I just can't get to them. So,
Okay,
okay, so that's my whole little package for you.
okay,
I'm an easy budget.
thank you. I don't know if you-
Okay. This is
Thank
somebody's
you.
book. You're welcome. Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Okay.
All right.
I had, I had the massive ones in the town. Oh, yeah. So we had some that went over because it said domestic animal, which is not a dog. And I said, is that like a cow? I already have, and we are the complaint central. So, you took care of the ones that we talked about, right, Maddie? So when they go over fee schedules again? Okay. Yeah, there was just a couple of things that, one, we did a lot of work on the town fee, because a fee schedule should be accurate. It shouldn't be just numbers on a page. And some of the ones in the town had not been reviewed in years, so we took care of that. So I think yours was more or less
Or cleanup.
cleaning, yeah, to be more okay? But other than that, we're just gonna truck along. Sorry, I don't know who's this.
That's
Okay,
the extra
so
one.
thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Donnelly. Appreciate your time.
Very welcome.
Say hello to your entire, yep, doing great job. Thank you.
And go out and vote, anyone that's watching this.
Yeah, you're worse than I am. I keep popping that PSA as we're going through the day.
All right, have a good day, folks.
Have a good one. Next on the agenda,
That's the
the
village
favored
board
group.
And the manager. So do you guys want to take another break or are you ready?
I'm
to
fine.
go? You're good? All right, everybody's good to go?
You need a break?
No.
Okay.
Keep it going.
You okay?
All right,
Okey dokey.
so starting with the board,
Let me open up my file here. Give me a sec. Okay,
I think that the only thing really worth noting on the board budget is that you may be on your training.
probably.
And we would like you all to train. I know it's sometimes hard, I would say this, I know it's sometimes hard to get away, it's like, it's more like our work and we have a hard time going. So when you have a completely separate job to go, but I do strongly recommend you try to go for at least one NICOM training during your board tenure, at least one. And take advantage because it really gives you an opportunity to meet your cohorts, but I think that the learning is pretty significant. Mayor, you've been to a few, so you might want to.
I've gone like to, am I under a different training or is the whole board? Mine is separated out, right? Yeah, that's why you're not seeing. I mean, I like Nikon, but again, for the public record, is anybody on besides us? Okay, but in case people look at this later, just a reminder.
Just tuned in, so be careful.
I'm sorry.
We felt trauma just tuned in. So
Oh,
we
I
know
like
it's
that.
about
So, no, I said good things about Nikon, and even if I didn't, it's okay. Wade's a big boy. What's my favorite saying that he says all the time? Too bad, so sad, but I can't do it the way he does.
Yeah, so sad.
Yes, there's the accent. I love that. Here's the thing. I like the Nikon, but most of us, actually now 100% of us have jobs that pay like everybody else that lives here, pays the mortgages and the rents and everything else. today, some of us had to take a PTO, just like everybody else on their job to be here, an unpaid day to be
Yeah.
here. So it's really hard to go on these 2 or 3 day training sessions. It's just hard. So many meetings are done in municipalities during the day. It's not a burden, it's just a challenge. You know, we have jobs and it's, you know, not all of us have bosses who, you know, enjoy us like taking so much time to do this job. And so that is a challenge, but NICOM is a great, living in New York is great because New York State offers lots and lots and lots of training. So we should continue. I guess the good news is we saved some money this year. But that's not really the goal. The goal is to get better training. I've actually said that we're also police commissioners. I've actually said that I'd like to get a little bit more training in that. And some of us are so very interested in land use. PACE has a really great program, but again, everything's during the workday. They don't do things in the evenings. One of the biggest complaints, I meet with mayors in the Hudson Valley about once a month. A few of us get together. It's one of our biggest complaints that, you know, the world revolves from 9 to 4:30 and many of us work. And the mayors who are in cities, they do go because they're both, they're executives. They have full-time paid, just like our supervisor here in the town. So a challenge, but we should get a little better. And go to NICOM, etc. There's some really great stuff. So we'll do that. What else, Karen?
I think that's, you know, otherwise it's really a rollover budget,
Okay.
from last year. I
So
don't think
if
there's really anything else.
Yeah, where are,
All right.
not put in. I thought you were gonna talk about our increase in our bonus for everything that we accomplished, but somebody told me that everything times 0 still equals 0. What is the health stipend of, why is there 1,000? What is the health stipend and who uses it? Oh, here, trustee Lopez and Fritchie.
We have.
Okay.
So you don't take it, so you get
You-
the
you
stipend
receive the stipend.
of $1,000 like everybody else.
Mhm.
Okay, all righty. And what else do we have here? Da, 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 boom, boom, boom. I think we're good. Supplies. Professional dues. Oh, I owe you something on that. It just reminded me. You're pretty much on target.
That's not part of the mayor's budget. What is that we are paying for?
Your professional dues and meetings, right?
Trustees, right.
Yeah.
Budget
What's,
versus the mayor's budget.
no,
No,
he's
no,
asking, what is it for?
What
We
is
got
it? What
2,000
is it that we
here.
pay for so
Yeah.
far, this $2,000? That's not training, that's just tools.
That's the dues
For what?
For what?
So how is it broken out? So I always get confused on what's in the manager's budget and what's in the board budget.
Yeah, and you're right, in the mayor's, they keep a separate budget, so that's the code. Assume NICOM,
Contract, NICOM.
which is not
if
cheap.
you're doing the land use.
NICOM pays, I'm trying to think what else,
What about for the boards, like the land use boards who go to that, you know, to those different programs? Is that on ours or on yours?
That's on
that
them.
would be.
That's free. Yeah, but those are free.
They're
Yeah,
not?
but
No,
there's,
almost free.
we pay, so there's different,
I mean, it's only 2,000 for a whole
Is-
year, so you got 400 or 500.
I'm just, my question is, how does it break out versus I took the. You know, when we pay our dues for NICOM, it goes under the manager's budget.
If
the-
there's something that's umbrella, so like village
Right.
proper, then it goes into Department 1920. When it's just for an individual, then it gets charged to the actual
So
department.
this is probably for one person.
So,
Or two.
charged to that line, the 1010-409, we have put some dollars counter for progress.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, so that's for one.
That's one of them.
That's one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fritchie went to something
But
too.
she-
Oh, the-
So that's two.
too.
Okay.
Right.
Somebody did NICOM webinar.
Okay, so that's
Okay.
three. Okay. I was just interested, I mean, again, because this is, you know, what you just told me, that's training, not dues. Dues is to me more like, yeah, exactly, that's different. But what you just mentioned, that falls under training. So the question for me is, So I guess this is included meetings and those are. It's only 2,000.
Yeah, it's not for four people.
Yeah.
Okay,
It
Makes
is,
sense.
it is a good deal for the amount of work that gets done, for sure, so,
the other, where I'd like to see a cut is when I go up to your office, all those magazines, everything's now online. We don't need so many
They're all
magazines. They're all cut, thank you.
most of them. some of
Not
them-
fully cut, I mean, just we don't
we
need
could-
so
I
many.
actually, we, hopefully got through, but we're discontinuing all our newspaper services. And the magazines, some of them are like Westchester Magazine, just magazines for free. I don't know that you know, there's some of them that come with your membership, so like if you're a
Understood.
member of ICMA or whatever, you'll just get the,
Understood,
you know, but. Yeah, we don't, we're going
that's fine, I just,
subscription.
we just don't
online
need, we just
subscription.
don't need all the paper, that's all. I mean, they're not big numbers, we should be supporting local businesses. But there's a balance, so thank you for that. Okay, what else do we have?
I like to get my sanitation monthly, but anyway, so we go over to the manager's budget.
Page, please.
It's page 1 of the it's not with the board and.
Yeah, that's what I'm on, so
Right
I'm
now,
asking
so if
for
you go-
page.
If you go to page 3 in the board. Budget, right after that is page 1 of the manager's budget.
Page 3. And then page 1 should be after that. Page 4, I don't see page. Okay.
Did you get it? Did you get it?
Look
Did I
at
write
it.
it in the right direction?
Okay, so you're saying under the board PDF. Is there a
Yeah.
separate one for manager? No, there's a board PDF, which is
It
what
should
I'm
be-
on.
It's probably in the same PDF. It should be page 5 to PDF. Okay. Yes, that makes more sense. Correct.
But the title
But
of
it
that
ends
page,
at, but
number
it's,
1 is.
but
on
it
top.
ends at page 4, so I don't know where you see page 5. All right, let me.
How
Under
many
board
pages?
PDF,
How
right? It ends at page 4.
Oh, so it's only 4 pages total?
Under the board PDF, that's all I'm saying. Maybe there's a separate, oh wait, there's a manager one. There's a separate tab. Okay, I'm on.
It's just not a separate tab in the book.
In the book, but it is on here. Okay,
All right,
I'm with you. oopsie.
The highlights, again, this is essentially a rollover budget, but the highlights, and Maddie, maybe you can talk because it really is in the intermunicipal contractual. That we see a fairly significant increase, which I believe is mostly tied to parking.
Hold on 1 second, I gotta get there.
Yeah. That is the 1130 budget. 520.
It's page 1 under manager and it's like the third little group thing.
I'm here.
Okay.
So this is on page 1, intermunicipal contractual, this
Correct.
is in reference to the court IMA. This is something, Dale, this is what we talked about with FBS and the charge.
Yep, yeah.
So I can speak about it and then Dale will correct me if I've got something wrong. So basically what. Light is blinking on and off on the microphone.
Don't get it.
Did you want to take maybe the one over there that should have been turned off this whole time? Or are you good?
Use this one instead. Good afternoon. So when we switched over from using Passport to using our new vendor FBS in May, we saw a lot of different changes. Most of them are very positive. But in terms of bookkeeping, there's something that is working a little bit differently. And again, it's mainly an accounting function. What used to happen with Passport is they would send us, and again, Dale's going to kick me if I've gotten this backwards, they would send us the portion that we could keep. So they would take out their cut on the front end and then only send us what belonged to us. FBS does it the other way. We get everything and then we need to make them whole on their cut. So for accounting reasons, this was kind of causing an issue between the town and village as far as the court IMA was concerned, because figuring out which percentage of the bill needed to get paid before the 2% came out was sort of causing a disruption between the two budgets. Typically, we would just put in a number like $60,000 or something like that as a placeholder, and it's a wash between the two budgets. It's just making sure that, we're taking in enough money to cover it and that there's a matching expense on the town side, or maybe whatever the reverse of that might be. So I'll leave it to Dale to talk about it in more detail if the board requires it, but this is basically just an accounting difference. The revenue and where it's going and how much is going there is very much the same. Yes?
You're correct. So essentially what's happening now is FBS every month when they're providing a summary of parking amounts coming in, those parking amounts actually contain the fee that is charged to the parking ticket payer, and we're receiving all of the funds back on the village side. So essentially right now, what I'm doing is separating it out, the portion that's a true revenue to our revenue accounts, 2610 and 2611, and the portion that is really due and payable for the service fee, I'm putting into a liability account in order to not overstate our revenues where they shouldn't be overstated, and to then not cause these huge blips between the town and the village in terms of paying for these fees. Because FBS has actually been able to collect diligently on our older parking tickets that have been out there. So right now, the payment to them every month is ranging about $13,000 to $16,000 in service fee, which equates to an increase in our parking revenue money that's been coming in since May. So very,
Right, because
very good.
Paying a percentage of
Mhm.
what's coming in. Remind me, are there plateaus or is this straight line percentage?
For something paid within 30 days, we pay only 2% on it. And the further it goes out, I think anything over the 30 days, we pay, I want to say it's 29%. But the last report that we got, they're collecting at 152%, I think, of what's being written. So they are doing a lot of really big cleanup for us. Something that has been particularly helpful for Corporation Counsel and his deputy. If someone has gotten 4 parking tickets and they come into court to deal with the first of 4, while they're dealing with Stuart or Sonia, they can say, hey, wait a second, I see you've gotten 3 tickets since you've gotten this one. Let's clean this all up right now. So that way the person doesn't have to come back to court. They don't have to make a separate transaction. So we have seen major efficiencies. And I think overall, everybody's pretty happy with the new vendor. The court, I think, at the front of that line.
Right, and
So, I do have questions. Yeah, so kind of going back to the amount. So 2023, we had 145. So far, actually, the 72, sure. So are we expecting that to be more or less to what we budget for?
Yes. I do it in 6-month intervals.
Okay.
For the, sorry, 6-month intervals for between the clerk IMA and this IMA, instead of doing it quarterly.
Sure.
It's smaller amounts.
So now what is the difference? Because if you go back to 2019, we budgeted 130 pretty much, and they kind of, I want to say, stay within our range until 2023, we budgeted 145. Now we're budgeting 95.
Right, because we're taking out that contractual amount that was in the IMA and paying it directly. Instead of paying it to the town, we're paying it directly to
To them.
the,
So-
yes,
So that's the same thing.
Right.
As in the departmental total, which is the line, 2 lines below that. Is
Yes.
that part of that whole process?
right,
Okay, all right, thank you.
yes.
thank you. I do want to notice, and Jesse wasn't here to yell at me, so I don't know if people heard what I said before, but I do want to acknowledge this has been an incredibly challenging process that is reaping benefits now, but not without the really hard work of Maddie working with the police department, working with the clerk's office, working with finance. So on so many levels, it's complicated. And while we work to simplify the whole ticket processing management, as you all know, when we go to these platforms, there's always nuances that make them more complicated to implement. Not every municipality is the same. And FBS has been very responsive to working with us. So it's not without its challenges, but it's going in the right direction. And we are starting to reap the benefits of that too. But I do want to acknowledge how hard the staff has collectively worked on this. All right, if we go to page, I think page 2 and 3, we're talking about longevity, sick pay incentive. It's pretty self-explanatory with no major changes. And then again, we're managing within the budgets on pretty much everything with no major differences, really no increases. Most of this is a rollover budget. When we get to, so I think we should talk about the contingency line, which we do see on, I'm sorry, page 5, the bottom of page 5. So the contingency budget is held in the manager's budget for unforeseen expenses, but you might notice that this year it's a bit higher than it has been in previous years. And that's predominantly because of the water treatment plant, correct, Dale?
In this budget for the general fund, it's, since we do have unsettled contracts.
Oh, that's right,
we
that's
do
right.
Keep an amount, in the.
So we'll see
contingency
the contingency for the water treatment plant in the,
in the water fund budget. The
okay,
water fund
so this
budget has
is,
the contingency
that's
line.
right, because I'm, but then that was the other large contingency, but this is for some unsettled accounts that you also are aware of. So we'll we
Right.
will be watching that, and contingency is only paid if necessary, and that would be discussed with the board in advance.
Yes, and if we
Okay.
do use funds from it, we do propose a budget adjustment in order to do that.
Right. Yes, and we'll get to the waterfront too, but that's the other area where we'll see, just given the size of the projects, higher degree of contingency than normal. The other on page 6, at the top of page 6, you'll notice that we've budgeted $50,000 for marketing, and the mayor and I have discussed this. Marketing branding, we spent a little over 17,000 this year. I don't think we're going to have a lot more to add to that line, but we, Mayor, perhaps you want to talk about some of your plans and how this money might be utilized next year.
Well, I think while never perfect, there's always areas for improvement for communications, everything from physical signage to digital signage to just communicating more often. A lot of the DRI didn't actually include marketing. In fact, if I recall, there was actually a marketing piece in the original, like 17 or 18 things that just better communications that didn't pass the muster. But I do envision, while the mayor's message has become, really has grown almost every quarter, and the open rate is above 45%, which is sort of extraordinary. So that means people are interested and are reading. It can't be the only thing, right? There's got to be social media. Some of us believe it's the toilet bowl of our society. Other people believe that it's the best thing ever. Oh, you're in the toilet bowl society group?
Aye.
Okay. Some believe that, listen, when you need a kidney for someone quickly, it's a fabulous venue. And I agree with that. So it's a little bit of both, but it's also overcrowded and overused. So, and we cannot really have conversations. So I'm looking for ways in this coming year, especially with DRIs, for more physical signage, multilingual. So the cost of doing things in 2 languages is at least a 30 to 40% increase. You need translators, you need to do it correctly, you need bigger signs. So signage, possibly quarterly, or maybe we start with an annual sort of message to the public at large so that they could also be posted at the library and everything. Not everybody's online with us. So those are some of my tactical vision. But we do have to budget also if we want to maybe do a blog here and there, if we want to possibly do something on social as a one-timer for a program. I don't envision it being, what did you budget for? We talked about 50, right?
It's in at $50,000. That's what it was last year. For most of the stuff that you're talking about doing in-house, I think would be significantly less than $50,000. So I don't think we would reach that money. I think $50,000 really comes into play is if we end up hiring some
Right.
consulting firm or marketing firm
Yeah,
to
we have a
manage
different
initiative.
Relationship than most village managers and mayor. I keep arguing that doing everything in-house is overloading the staff, and Karen keeps saying my staff can do it. It's usually the other way around. I've been doing marketing for many years, and sometimes it's just better to bring somebody in, and you can't just bring somebody in to work on a poster. You know, you have to have somebody who knows the village, who becomes more intimate. So we'll work through that detail. Right now, things are good, but I just expect with so many initiatives. And we do get complaints. We will always get complaints that we don't communicate enough and we communicate too much, exactly from the same people. It's always a conundrum, because it's never perfect, but I do want to just at least budget for it. If we don't use it, we don't use it. But if we don't budget for it, we for sure can't do it.
Yeah, and I think that you raised, this interesting point. It's not that we want to ever be inefficient, and at some point, I think the challenge, having worked in marketing in the private sector and the municipal sector, is that the internal management of no matter who you hire, you still have to have people internally. So
Right.
what we found through experience is that given the time it takes to manage in our internal resources, that it's just actually easier sometimes to just do it ourselves. And partly the function of the way marketing's changed. You're not doing a lot of everything is kind of done through social media or more informal ways of videotaping on your phone and thing, as opposed to years ago when you really had to hire professionals. But I think there's probably a good balance there, and it is also nice to have that money if we need it, certainly. But
Yeah,
recognizing.
I don't want to belabor the point, but I will
Yeah.
say that the DRI video that we did, which some of us believe would close the deal and how we got it. It's now been 2 or 3 years, maybe in 2024, maybe midpoint of 24, that'll make it like 4 years is probably another time to do. And that was professionally done, but with mostly volunteers, professionally done. But the professionals volunteered their time. There was a small cost because, there was a cost involved, but it cost a fraction if we hired them. They're like award-winning cinematographers and editors, like big awards, and they live here. So and we had Dana White work with it, and her husband and her son, who volunteered their time. So we'll probably go to them again, but still there is a cost, and it's
Correct.
probably time. And what we always say about the budgets, if it's not in the budget, you for sure can't do it. If it's in the budget and you don't get to it, then you save that money or use it elsewhere. So that's really the only thing I would say about that. It's not a huge amount of money anyway, but that's what I would put in there. What else do we have? What else do you want to?
I'm trying to think what else. I think just from a point of interest for the public, to the type of things that go in here that you wouldn't think of going in here. Dale, could you talk a little bit about the rent subsidy administration?
Page, please.
Page 6. I'm sorry, the bottom of page 6.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, what is that yelling?
sure. I'm gonna go close the door. We have a young visitor in the building.
Oh, and she's not happy to be in the building. Maybe she should come in here. Well, meet her.
Little Sebastian. He
Okay,
doesn't like budgets.
Oh,
so the rent subsidy is part of the ETPA program.
Okay.
So the board might remember that we have properties throughout the village that are part of this program. We get a charge from New York State, and then we pass the charge along to the property owners. It's based on a per unit charge. And then we also tack on, I think it's an additional $5 per unit as an admin fee, which we're allowed to do by state law. And so that is the revenue that comes in from those property owners, which again, largely is going back to the state as per ETPA guidelines.
So things that you wouldn't necessarily think in the manager's budget that just live in the manager's budget for for various reasons. I think that pretty much covers anything that's, remarkable or outstanding. Other than that, it's essentially a straightforward rollover budget.
Give us a minute, please. The contingency seems to me like, instead of writing miscellaneous, you put down, not you personally, contingency. Is that about right? Or is it contingency very based on a line item?
I think where miscellaneous might be a catch-all, contingency is really for unplanned or things that you can't necessarily quantify or anticipate at this point, but
Okay.
likely could come up because of the nature of the world we live in.
Okay. Oh, the same thing then. Requested, recommended, okay. And it's somehow a couple of $100,000 more in the total on the bottom over last year. Right? No.
No.
sorry. No, it's not even 75,000. Sorry about that. My math teacher will be very upset with me. Okay. Yanni,
I'm good.
you're good, sir?
So good.
So good. Thank you, village manager. We are now moving to the next.
It is your 3 o'clock dinner break, the early bird special. Which we will be having there's some soup being delivered around 3:30. We'll check on that, and then we can call the police to see if they can
They can come, please.
a little earlier. So stay
So,
tuned.
Just to go on the record, like, when I started here, even Manny, the budgets were done very differently. Now we're sort of in a pattern. So we're very much in a pattern, probably what, 5 years, I would say 3 years, something like that. And so it's easier to read through this. You can compare year to year. We used to sit here going, wow, where was it last year? You spend half our time trying to read because every time it was a little different. So I would just say that if it seems like I'm rushing, really not. It's just that we now have like gotten into a groove, and because we do read these and we do get told in a timely way in advance of anything outstanding, then it just is going by. I'm not actually rushing anybody. It's just that it's actually next year we probably could maybe consider that. So kudos to the staff, because that's why it's able to do that. I know that the minute I say something like that, the next group that's coming in is going to be 2 hours long, but because I said it. But I just want people to understand that it's not a rush. It's really just that we become very efficient. Questions about
Do we want to take a break?
we could take a 5-minute. I'm gonna save some electricity by just like the battery life of this thing, which I know is gonna run out. So you may want to plug the other one in somewhere. Okay.
All right, so we'll take a quick 5-minute break.
Yeah. No, you guys, I think it's just they
The four numbered PDF. Legal and protected the fire chief because.
Yeah, but they-
Well.
If they can, if they can.
Well, our guys aren't working today, so. Like, two of the teachers not working today.
I know, but they may have made plans. Good afternoon again. We are going to switch something on the agenda if you're following us or if you're following this retroactively. We were supposed to hear from, we were supposed to have a dinner break, but clearly that is not necessary at such an early part of the day. We're going right into our legal department is here to present their budget instead of doing it tomorrow. Stuart Kahan, our corporate counsel, is here with us. Welcome, sir.
Hello. Yeah, it is.
We were told, Jesse's not here, but we were told that it has to be closer to your mouth or that you can use your theater voice. Either way works.
Hello.
That works.
Okay. You're on.
Good afternoon, Corporation Counsel, Stuart Kahn. So to start off your budget, on page 1 are the fabulous employees under Corporation Counsel's budget, along with a piece of the admin assistant in the manager's office gets charged to your budget lines.
Yep.
Page 2. We have small amounts for equipment. A1 did not suggest a computer for your department this year. For 2024, I believe you got one in 2023.
I did, Sonia did, and Lisa did.
Great.
Great. How long was the life of the computers? Do we know?
Well, Sonia got a laptop, so she can do a lot of the parking stuff
Great.
that way. Lisa's was fairly old, as was mine. Both of ours were due for,
Great.
and we got them.
Great. Okay, you're on.
All right. So for your 400 line, we increased that slightly for the Thomas Reuters subscriptions. Telephone and internet remains the same. Small increase for printing and postage to cover those increases that are coming down the pipe. Office supplies expense remain the same, as well as professional dues. Special legal services for Labor Council remains the same at $250,000. 1910 special counsel for litigation items. We did increase from 175,000 in 2023 to 200,000 for 2024.
Dale, let me just stop for 1 second.
Yes.
On 1420 with the special legal. Mayor, since we did have the interviews with prospective candidates and some of those rates are higher,
Mhm.
we just.
Oh, you didn't adjust them yet? Okay.
No, because no one's been appointed yet.
That's right. No, you're.
So so they've not, I just want the board to note that.
So it's gonna be, Dale, an increase of 35% easily. Not only because the fees are higher, but the volume you already anticipated. So the volume stays the same of whatever you thought it would be. Okay. Go back.
Okay.
Just tell me what page you're on, please.
So now we were at the bottom of page 3, turning to page 4, 1930, 400. This is payments for judgments and settled claims. We're keeping flat at the $100,000. Contractual tax certiorari claims underneath that. We did lower from 125,000 to 100,000. Currently to date, we've only expended 13,633.09 out of the expenditure line. We did just receive a tax cert that I will forward to Stuart. But it's a nominal amount. And we'll see what comes through for the rest of 2023, but at this point, we're well below budget. And the assessor's office has been great about cleaning up any of the scars before we actually pull the final roll to do the 2024 tax bills, which has helped immensely. So I'm anticipating that going forward, which helps us reduce an expense line because we're reducing the assessment right off the get-go before we even build the tax rate.
Can somebody tell me what, on page 5, is that where we are?
Yes,
Can someone explain special legal services, what that is? No firm names, no nothing, just tell me what that is. And contractual. The contractual, it's like a lot of,
so
yeah, go ahead.
this, on page 5, it flows into the water fund. So this special legal services line is for litigation, but only in regards to an item that is directly related to water or further down the page sewer. So when I was speaking with Stuart, there seemed to be 2 cases, I believe, that were actually attributable to the water fund. So we're charging them appropriately.
And what is contractual? Which right now has zeros under the. That's the tax rate.
I'm trying to see where.
It's right in the middle of the page. It's not a big amount.
Oh, that's
$5,000, but there's zeros under for the last 3 years.
the same, if there's a judgment or a claim.
So you're
but this is for the
budgeting-
water fund.
So you're budgeting in case there is some,
Yeah.
sometimes it just isn't.
Exactly, perfect,
Wouldn't see it necessarily reflected in the law.
No, it might be in something, okay.
right,
I mean, again, not big amounts, just curious.
yes.
Okay, next.
And that follows through also for the sewer fund. So you have the same litigation services at the bottom of page 5. Going into page 6 as well. Stuart does have the corporation council IMA service for the town, comes in as a revenue, that's part of the court IMA.
You do work for the town?
We receive funds from the town. I don't,
Well,
No.
so you're doing something, okay. Can I just ask, where's the total number on this? If it's not on page 7, what am I not looking at correctly? I want to see the total legal department. Where is
So
that?
at the bottom of page 6,
Okay, so I went too far. Okay,
so for
Uh,
2020.
your total, got it.
Yep, 952,761, and 2023 was 944,928.
That's unbelievable. That can't be right.
Well, we
You're
took,
telling me from 2019, we had a total of 900,000 actual. And in 2024, we're looking at 952, just a $52,000 increase with all the cases we've taken on. Are you budgeting enough?
yes, and it's probably in cases of the tax certiorari claims. We've been fortunate that even though we're budgeting 125,000,
Okay,
we actually haven't expended it except in, year 2022. 2020.
and
But
this
in-
includes all the claims against us and everything? I can't be reading this right. This looks
it
too
would be
little.
the claims that most of
Settle.
the claims we pay out are fairly small property damage claims. We don't have too many large claims that I come to the board with. Since I have settlement authority of up to
think you told-
$5,000.
But I think you're referring to the legal fees that we are paying out, sure.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
2019,
Difference
or
between 2019
No, I see that.
and 5 years later, just the cost of staffing, it just seems not as much as I had expected, is all I'm saying. I'm happy, I'm not looking for more.
I was gonna say this.
Because if you don't do this, if you don't do this right, then you have a problem, right? And we have a lot of legal things which we have decided that we are not going to let people bully us around, that we will be happy to go to court and let judges make decisions appropriately, and not just settle with people. So if that's a strategy for the last 4 or 5 years, or 3 or 4 years, I just expected a bigger number. I want to make sure you're capturing the numbers, that's all.
in 2019 for judgments and claims for actual, so I'm sure it was not budgeted. We had $301,569.99 expended.
Okay,
So that,
we have more than 27,000 people living here. That's
Mhm.
fine. Stuart, what I don't see in here every year. I'm looking right at you. I'm not seeing interns. I'm not seeing, where's your intern line?
I don't have an intern.
I know, I
I agree. I want to learn everything.
I really, I think you got a lot of DRI. I think you're gonna need a land use, like from Pace or some local school or some of the other cases we have going. I'm just encouraging us to hire interns. There's no reason not to. They do good work. Just spoke to the clerk. She's a big fan of it. I'm just going to once again encourage you to find an intern. Land use could be an area. Zoning, there might be specialty space has a pretty good program, but there are a lot of universities in this area, and there are universities that people live here, but they're going to the city or whatever, really would encourage, and it has to be budgeted so we can actually pay someone rather than do it for free. And usually it's more than minimum wage for interns. That was just my polite way of saying, please, someone budget for an intern for the legal department so we can get some help. It's also a very busy court, so maybe it's in that area. Where you've got like 125 people standing there, that maybe that's an area with a specialty. I would just encourage interns in departments, like meaningful interns.
It may be helpful to do that under the manager's budget, even though there would probably be assistance to the legal department. But if we're talking about grants management, that probably is an area where we might be able to use somebody. So maybe like a part-time seasonal line.
I mean, it's also a nice opportunity to give access to people who live in our community that they may not otherwise have. I just interviewed somebody with Dana White for the placement committee. Not born and bred, he was 3 years old when his family moved here. Austin graduate, Cornell graduate, working in the city, like, and he was an intern actually here at, I think the DPW actually. Really great experience, and now wants to go and do more volunteer work. And it's great. And he has really good things to say, the positive and negative, by the way. He's very honest with
I
us.
thought that board was already formed.
What?
I thought that board has.
We have Joyce Chirac Cole has
Oh.
asked because she's now going on to get yet another degree and time wise.
Got it.
And actually we had, as you know, many resumes, and this young person. Again, an Austining person, born and bred almost, like I just feel like it's internships are an opportunity. You're gonna have a lot of different areas, so you're the only person I've ever begged to hire another person. But I've done my begging. I'm done with the begging. What else do we have? Anybody on here? Sir?
The only thing to
Okay.
be aware of is that on a number of our legal matters, and I won't go into detail, we may have a circumstance where we're going to have to split representation. If that occurs, we will be looking at other law firms that will have to come in and handle some of those
Understood.
matters. So that will potentially increase that. We're not at that point yet, but I would think that sometime in 2024 that will happen.
So you could do a 6-month, Dale. You don't have to annualize it, because by the time it gets figured out, but certainly, you could figure, I hate not to budget for things. Because then we're jumping around and we have to like scrape around looking for things. Unless somebody tells me otherwise, this is an area that needs a little bit more. I mean, we already know we're gonna have, we're happy to have it, so I don't, it's fine. So.
No, I was just gonna ask you, thank you, Stuart.
Mhm.
And I was gonna say, besides that, I know maybe not interns, but is anything else that you think
Oh.
we should be looking into next budget that maybe wasn't part of what the budget reflects here on your end? Technology wise, how do you improve, in the sense, I know you
Well,
have. Go ahead.
Having the Laserfish system through Sue for Sonia and Lisa in particular is a huge help. Because now the building department and the OPD was being trained to do it. They send all their stuff to a central portal, so we can put it together and then we can send it out to the defendants, to the court. The police are now sending out the videos of body cam, which we have to do. And I know that, and I know you'll deal with, and I discussed this with Karen, with the building department. that you want to put, give them money for body cams. And the only thing, and I think that's fine, just to note that whatever you do in terms of body cams, that's going to get turned over. So not only will our people have to be trained, but they're also going to have to then know that whatever they tape will become discoverable material for.
Oh,
court
even though they're
defense.
not police.
Doesn't
Wow.
matter.
So anybody wearing those,
Anyone who would be a village employee doing it, yes.
interesting.
So they'd have to turn that over. Again, I think it's fine. I just think. in
You're just
terms of training,
informing us.
Just informing.
Okay.
But the Laserfish was really a huge step, made a really, really big difference. And we're able to get that stuff done a lot faster than we
Yeah.
were before.
Okay, so I think your answer to the trustee is right now you don't see a need for. for more
Nothing in
technology.
particular, no, not right
All
now.
right. Okay.
Okay.
And relationship to how many, and I was gonna ask you this another time, but I might as well ask you. So this year so far, how many laws have we passed?
Oh, pieces of legislation.
Yeah.
So far, I think 8.
Okay.
There are 2 more on for the 15th and then 1 more before the end of the year. So we'll probably finish with about 11 or 12.
All right.
You did not break the record.
No.
Are you going to bring those?
No, 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 no.
You know, every time I see an elected official, they're all like, and I passed 43, whatever, and I'm like, I'm not, is that like the goal? I don't know.
I mean,
The goal should be to get rid of things.
no, we have, and I think, yeah, I think that was what.
The highest
sort of-
was 15,
Yes,
right?
that was 2 years
right.
ago.
Yeah,
2
the
years
highest was
ago.
15.
Yeah, still time. Still tough. I don't know if your birthday's 40 yet. We're exaggerating, but 15 seemed like a lot.
Oh, 15 is a lot. There are 12 months in a year. You have to have public hearings for a lot of this stuff. I
Right.
mean, one would argue that's a lot. You okay?
Yeah, no,
No,
I'm
not
okay.
It
Oh,
looks like she's in pain. Are you okay?
No,
Oh.
no,
Because if you need a break,
no, I'm
feel
okay.
free. Okay. No, it's not a torture chamber, it's a conference room. Okay,
well, thank you,
we're
Stuart.
good? All right. All right, we're just gonna let you know that you have been asked,
Yes,
you have been supported, you said no.
correct.
All I'm gonna say. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, folks.
See you later.
You bet.
All right. I feel like we need to stand on the corner and find people to come in. Well, next year, maybe we'll take the learning and now that we're in a groove that maybe we could schedule things, and maybe it shouldn't be an election day. I mean, I work on election day, my place of business, but a lot of people don't, so the municipality, so.
Mm.
But food for thought, no big deal. What else we got?
Like we're taking a.
No, we're not having a dinner break at 3 o'clock, at 2:45.
So now we
Yeah,
have coffee time.
lunch at 1:30.
A soup break.
Soup is great.
A soup break.
I am a
Yeah, I
big
thought it was
fan.
coffee break. Come on. a
So
coffee
you
break, no?
contacted,
Kevin
Can
and
you
Brendan
mute- can
are,
you mute us?
are trying to figure out.
hold
how
on one
she can
second,
get-
can we just like mute before we have all of this conversation? Okay, we can't get anybody from here, anybody from there. IT's not working. Hello, everybody. We are back from our break. And we will continue with the budget conversation. Next up on the agenda is the police department. And who is going to be presenting? Is it you, Captain?
I'll lead off, Mayor.
Okay.
For the record, I know the board is well aware, but for the record, there are a number of themes that are going to run through our numbers. One being that obviously staffing has a number of factors. There's a direct relationship, for instance, between salaries and overtime. Less people there are to collect salaries, the higher overtime. Other factors to take into consideration are that a number of our contractual obligations come up late in the year, so they may not be presented yet. So if you see a line with zero, and we'll go over it, it may be just because we haven't received that bill yet, maybe an annual bill. So we'll see a number of those factors as we go through here. Starting with revenues, that works.
Nope.
Well, where would you like to start?
Page
That's a
one
better
on
question.
mine is expensive. Well, it's the salaries, which we could go through very quickly.
Not a problem.
Yeah, it starts in expenses, moves to revenues.
Not a problem.
Let's see where we are here. You see it?
I've got it. Yep.
There's the green tabs. Did you get the same book we did?
No, I had to print my own book.
This was the email, the email report.
So we're at 3120, correct? 3120 line? Yeah. Okay.
3120, yeah.
Okay, so the first line, 3120-100 being police personnel. So that is the total salaries of the police department. Again, we do think that it's a good projection for next year, but obviously there is a direct relationship with the next line, 3120-101 being overtime. So as we see a decrease in actuals, you'll see an increase in overtime. Another thing to consider is that because of staffing, a number of the extracurriculars, so to speak, the patrol operations outside of regular patrol were minimized due to staffing issues. So you may see some decrease in some lines due to that as well.
All right, so top line, you're still looking at a budget of how many police staff?
We're looking in 2024 to be fully staffed is the goal
At
61.
at 61. That's
Okay.
right.
Yes.
Okay,
So, and again, there are a number of late hitting longevity and the like that you'll see here. Longevity is trending down at the moment because we have a number of very new officers, so they aren't collecting longevity potentially yet. I would anticipate because of the cycle of paychecks that obviously a number of these things are going to pay out late, so that number won't be exactly that low at the end of the year. And also, obviously, anytime we're speaking about the salaries, that's not including any potential changes due to a village PBA contract adjustment. So obviously, these numbers don't involve that.
Longevity was actually just included on this coming Friday's payroll, so it's not reflected here because this was printed obviously before we
Right.
completed the payroll.
Right.
So, and I'm sorry, so Dale, more or less, we're gonna be hitting the 53,000?
It's gonna be slightly under the 53.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
okay.
And again, that's going to change year
And
to
the
year
request
based
was
on.
for 49,450 for next year, right? For 24.
That's right, and that's a projection on
Okay.
a younger,
sense.
newer
Yeah.
police
Yeah.
force.
Okay,
Because we still had to, as people left, we still had to pay them their proportionate amount of longevity. But now the vacancies that are being filled at a lower, younger patrolman, they don't receive longevity yet.
Gotcha.
okay.
Get your more bang for your buck. So out of title, that is when myself or another administrator is filling in for the chief of police. Sick pay incentive fluctuates with how many officers are using sick time versus being paid out for sick time. So that's obviously hard to project, but again, not paid out yet. So that number is quite low compared to where the end number will be.
Okay.
Health stipends is for those officers who have medical insurance coming from a spouse and therefore elect not to receive village medical and receive a stipend in compensation for that.
Hold on a second, I'm sorry. Dale, is that the same thing that works for the CSCA portion? Because we talked about, the beginning of the year, you paid half, and then at the end of the year, you pay another half.
The PBA is set up a little differently. They don't receive their payment until either the second payroll in November or first payroll in December.
Okay, so it's pretty much at
and-
the end of the year.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
gotcha.
and it's a
Okay.
one
Got
time.
it. Sorry,
yes.
Captain. Thank
No,
you.
not at all. Yeah, one of those late hitting numbers, so a little bit deceptive in
Okay.
this report. Holiday pay, again, late to pay out, so that number is going to be lower than the actual.
Mhm.
Super holiday, same trend here. Personal time incentive were paid out for up to 3 of 5 personal days. Again, it's hard to project because are people going to use all 5? Are they going to bank them? And again, late hitting, so tricky one to gauge.
Captain, can I ask you
Yeah,
something in there?
of
And
course.
also Dale, so in 2022, we went over the budget or the line that was approved. So far, it was stated, we haven't had that just yet. Are we expecting that number to be within budget for the holiday pay?
I think it's a very tricky thing to estimate. We are dealing with a different workforce nowadays in all sectors, and the work-life balance is certainly considered to be a higher priority than it has been with personnel in the past. So I think that we're likely to see an uptick in officers cashing out, or excuse me, using holiday time versus cashing it out, using those personal days rather than cashing them out. And again, it's one of those modern challenges with staffing is that, when we started in policing, myself and those in our class, we were just happy to have a uniform and wear it as often as possible. And the newer set really value that time with their family and friends and the off time. So it's a tricky transition for those of us who are used to, a lot of overtime and the like, and unique challenges for guesstimating in the future what's going to be cashed out. We do think that the projections in the budget are good projections. We think that they're likely to be accurate, but obviously there is some amount of human factor in that.
Because pretty much we have kept that since 2019, the same amount, $325,000.
Right, because the salaries
Salaries,
So,
have an increase,
right.
but also you're
I don't
paying
know
out of
retroactively.
personal time at a lower rate because of the new
got it.
officers coming in.
All right, thank you, Captain.
Absolutely. Again, all the sort of the same trend lines of late payment and those estimations there. College credits are for officers that are taking a criminal justice program, and they can be reimbursed for some portion thereof. Unfortunately, we have not been taking full advantage of that lately. But it is, I believe, a contractual item. So, we do have to anticipate that. Language stipend is for officers who speak or certified in a second language, so they can speak and write it, take depositions and the like. And that's what that line is for. I know there was some conversation about at some point talking about increasing that number, but right now we're looking for the same 6,000 there. Equipment, sort of where the rubber meets the road, general police equipment. It runs the gamut of equipment there, other than specialized items that you'll see later in the budget. But obviously there are things throughout the year that need to be purchased in order to conduct patrol. Computers, more specifically, are obviously our IT equipment. One of the other trends that you'll see in our budget is that a number of those items that are essential for our work, we try to wait until sort of the last minute to purchase for that budget year. The reason being, we don't want to paint ourselves into a budgetary corner and not have something if something critical breaks. So while computers need upgrading and the like on a cycle, as you all know, we do try to hold off until the last second for those purchases, so we don't end up behind the 8 ball. Equipment miscellaneous is just that, it's sort of the catch-all incidentals above and beyond regular patrol equipment. Contractual, I understand, is set aside for civilian complaint review board and related items. Telephone, internet, pretty
Can I ask
self-explanatory.
about
Sorry.
that? Where
Yes,
do
ma'am.
we put in Stuart's time when he does that? Do you know, Karen or Dale?
Sorry, what you said,
Um,
Stuart?
Civilian? Yeah,
His
I
time
don't even
is,
know if that's accurate, though, that that's what that is, civilian investigators and mediators.
that was added for last year's budget. But Stewart's time is broken out between, planning, corporation council. I think there's a small piece in manager, so he's kind of spread out, like, all over.
think this
He
one-
is not charged to the police
Yeah, I
budget,
think this
though.
is refers to something else. I think this is investigation if there's a complaint.
All right, so
The
you're
mediator.
saying that in
The investigations is not.
so you're saying in 2019, $0, 50,000 for some reason in 2020,
I says,
and then the rest are zeros.
if I can. Yes, I think that 50K was for the consultant for the. executive board.
That's what I think too.
And then I think that the 13K that's budgeted is for, as a result of that report, one of the recommendations was having the option for an outside investigator in cases where the civilian police complaint review board chooses to. Mike, Jesse. In order to do that, because of the relatively few number of investigations that we have, and even smaller number right now, the number is 0, that they've chosen to have an outside investigator. We've passed that reform, but haven't used it yet. And so it's still in a pilot period for the next couple of years. And that's where we are. So we're just budgeting. This is how much we think we may spend on that.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said.
Who gave you
before.
the
It
number?
came up last year during the budget process, actually.
Yeah, it's like
Just
a,
copy
Mhm.
it over.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, well, it's like an hourly based off of,
No, understood. I'm
you
just
know,
curious.
yeah.
So it's not exactly what you said. This is actually very specific to if we ever have investigators. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and obviously in our budget, but sort of our budget adjacent in that we wouldn't necessarily be handling those funds.
But it would be charged to the police, so yes,
Right.
you would.
Right, but we, you know,
No,
in that we
understood.
don't spend that money ourselves. but
Understood.
yeah,
It's just
yeah.
budgeted to you. Okay.
Right. Telephone and internet, so fairly self-explanatory. We are obviously technological advances and the like do increase some of those costs over time. And you can see that those are reflected there.
Is that, and I'm sorry, Captain,
Mhm.
so not specific to you, maybe for Karen and Dale, is that something that you guys have seen that the telephone and internet has gone up on all the lines? I didn't notice that
Well,
just now.
From the other
I
department.
just
Yeah.
want to point out for this year, we also added the traffic trailer LTE for $500, the MTA radio LTE.
Yes, so I'm sorry, yes, that,
320 and the countywide radio LTE.
Okay, so
for
there
this
are
year.
I can speak
Yeah.
more to that,
Okay.
yes. So,
Got it.
yeah, we are, the traffic trailer requires a
Mm.
cell connection, as do the radios that we'll talk about shortly,
Got it.
require that in order to use the LTE component.
Okay.
of them.
So that's the difference.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Printing and postage, again, self-explanatory line for the most part. General office, printing and postage. The fluorescent, no parking signs, all those good things that you see around the village. Office,
That comes out of your budget? I thought it was more like DPW.
no, the no parking signs,
the no
Austin
parking.
Police, yeah,
Okay,
that,
oh, okay, got it. All right. Okay.
the emergency signs, not
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Right.
Got
Office and supplies expense. So that seems like a high number that, for whatever reason, includes not only office expenses, but also ammunition for firearms training. So it's, for whatever reason, they are in the same line.
Okay.
But that's what that number is. Again, we have not, used all of that yet. Again, there's always some holdback trying to make sure we don't end up in a hole there. The office equipment and leases, this is the, all of the printers, scanners and the like that we have for the offices there.
We
It's
also
that-
added the MTA radio
Uh,
for 13,174.
Thank you very much.
2024.
So there's a maintenance fee associated with our new radio system that, again, we'll talk more in depth in a moment about. That is to keep us as part of this network. MTA Police has an established large radio network, and we're contributing a piece to that to break off part of their network and use for ourselves. Sorry, did you have some?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, so this $13,000 more or less, is that gonna be an annual?
That's right.
Okay.
It's, yes, exactly right. It's helping pay toward the maintenance of the entire network that we're collecting a piece of. Professional dues and meetings are all of the organizations that our officers belong to, whether they be state and federal organizations, our school resource officers, our tactical officers. There's a number of professional organizations that our different officers belong to that have associated fees and dues. Vehicle operating expenses, again, much like salaries and overtime, the vehicle operating expenses have a relationship with the vehicle repair line. There's sort of a direct tie in there, which is a little bit further down, but vehicle operating expenses, again, we've used a little bit less of that this year. As we have an aged fleet, you'll see more in the maintenance. As we have a newer fleet, you'll see more in the vehicle purchasing line or capital line. So there's a direct connection there. Unleaded fuel, glad to say that we're using less of that these days. And I would anticipate some, though obviously we want to make sure we're covered for that. I would anticipate as the fleet, the needle of the fleet turns toward hybrid and maybe one day electric, that number will continue to be good. So we do think that that's a good estimation there. Radio repairs, you'll notice that that's way down. The reason for that is our current radio system is so outdated that we actually can't get parts anymore. So the good news is the repair costs are way down. The bad news is they can't even get us like knobs and antennas and things. So we're going to like tertiary markets trying to just keep them up and running. So a little bit of savings there, but obviously there's greater expenses involved with getting into a new radio system. And again, we'll touch on that in depth shortly. Auxiliary police, we actually have the first auxiliary or one of the first auxiliary police meetings since COVID tonight. So it's 7 p.m. we'll be meeting with them. It's going to be sort of a reimagined, rebuilding version of the auxiliary police. It's not going to be exactly what it once was, but we still have great local residents who want to take part, who want to help out in emergencies, who want to help out at our local events and be extra sets of eyes and ears. So we have a small fund for them for training and equipment.
So, I'm sorry, and I know this is not part of that meeting, but that was advertised somewhere. Was that part of, how do you guys?
We're
reach
not
out to-
recruiting yet for it.
Okay.
We're sitting down with the existing members to decide
Got
who
it.
is riding off into the sunset, who wants to stick it out and
Gotcha.
continue to
Okay.
train and do all of that. And then we're going to start rebuilding it with an eye toward recruitment and sort of bringing people into the law enforcement field who maybe aren't yet old enough or aren't interested in becoming a police officer, but want some association with the local PD.
Gotcha. They have to be residents, correct?
Yes,
Also in town?
yes.
Okay. Who's running that program?
Well, right now I am administrating the program. Sergeant Spinelli will have his first meeting with the group tonight. So he's going to be formally introduced, though, of course, they all know him, but he's going to be formally introduced. And we'll get it propped up shortly. And I think it's going to be a really, really positive thing. More akin to an Explorer program going forward than, armed peace officers.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Sorry about
Not at all.
deviation.
Car washing and cleaning. Again, they send their bills all at once. And so a little bit on, sorry, the car wash, the car wash company. So we'll likely get that bill in the next several weeks. Towing, same proposition is that, they reserve their billing until late in the year, and then we get the bill. In service,
Now, I don't mean to interject here, but how much of the police department should be managing all the invoices? You know, in this day and age, all the stuff is done digitally, including in these car washes and towing. Maybe we need to start demanding quarterly, because to wait at the end of the year to then figure stuff out in the middle of, we're gonna have to approve these budgets in the next couple of weeks. Maybe you can help some of the vendors. Everything's online. We should be able to have a system. These are not huge numbers, so, you know, maybe it's not worth the effort. But, you know, what are they waiting for invoices for? And then how are they even gonna figure out what's going on? Why not do this quarterly? Directly with whatever. I assume you use the same car wash, right? You don't all go willy-nilly to any car wash. do you?
correct. I mean, the good news is if you look at prior
I mean, I'm just
years,
using that, but it's
Yeah,
also
yeah, yeah.
repairs, so,
in the
you
case
know.
of car wash, I think we're getting more than our money's worth. If you look at what we're actually being billed, it's
No, I think it's great.
it's
I'm not
working in our
complaining about
favor,
the
but-
dollars. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like, these things, like, everything, every line is like, well, the bill's coming late, the bill's coming late, the bill's coming late. It's generally not great accounting to wait late on everything, so if you can't help them, then you can't help them, but there might be ways to just become more efficient. It won't change the dollars. That's not the issue here, that this is too much money or too little. It just, from a processing point, an accounting point of view, there's no reason in this day and age anymore to be sitting around with invoices. If it's not worth the time, Dale, it's not worth the time, but maybe somebody can connect with these guys and just get it done more effectively. Anyway,
In-service training, that's conducted locally. We have a great training staff of officers to do all of our local training. And then we have training school and education, and that's training outside by different vendors or agencies that we send officers to for things that we are not equipped to train in ourselves. Contractual clerical.
I'm sorry,
Um,
Captain, can I go back to that
yes,
line? So is that the reason why the recommended budget is 15 instead of 12,000?
I'm sorry, in which line?
So if you look at line 3220, sure, in service training. So 2023, the budget so far was
Mhm.
approved for $12,000. So far, we have used $14,000. So I'm assuming, you know, based on, you know, not just because the bill hasn't arrived yet, but because we still not have the end of the year just yet. So I'm assuming, maybe I'm wrong, it's gonna be more than $14,000.
So that in-service training is likely connected to the fact that we onboarded so many brand new people and sent people
Okay.
to the academy this year. Though we do have new hires anticipated, there'll be a combination of new hires and transfers. So they shouldn't require the same level of intensive in-service training.
The recommendation right now is $15,000 for 2024. The request was $12,000. The recommended portion is 15,000.
Right, I think that's a projection from finance. Is that correct?
Okay, just because of the history that you have seen. Okay, all right,
she adjusted it up.
okay. All right. Sorry,
Mhm.
thank you.
Okay, what page are you on?
312454. I'm still on page 22.
Page 6.
Page
I'm
6.
sorry, page,
It's all right.
mine's marked page
I
22.
get it. That's fine. We have PDFs. It's fine.
Very good. Contractual clerical, I understand that that's a conversation being had with the board. So I'll,
It is. What conversation are we having?
the clerical, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I misspoke. That's an investigative fund run by our detective division. So that's money that's used for underage alcohol sale operations and the like, money used
Okay.
for purchasing of things for that.
Yeah.
Clerical.
I
Contractual
I think the title is off, but that's okay. It's $1,500. We're not gonna have a long discussion about it. Next.
Repair to vehicles. So again, there's baselines in these things, obviously difficult to anticipate damage and the like. You can see that we are a little high there. And again, there is a direct direct relationship with the operating expense, I would expect the operating expense to come in a little bit low, and that's a little bit high. And that's repair, the vehicle repair line.
And we did increase.
Yes, to 18.
Yeah.
312553 is computer software. That is a large number because it includes Axon, the officer safety program that we have, which includes licensing for all of
That's
that.
from last year to now, sure, that is carrying over.
That's right. So that's why that number is increased, is that's an ongoing plan with Axon.
Plus, we get it for 2024, the Axon fleet.
Axon Fleet, that's right.
Can we stop for 1 second and now, because one of the things that we did last year as a capital project was doing this new software and training program from Axon. How is that working so far?
It's working really great. It's hard to describe how realistic the virtual reality training is. You know, we've all seen it on TV and the news, but you know, we learned very quickly that we needed to expand the space that we use for the training, because we had an officer almost run into a wall. I mean, it's that realistic, is that it really does put you in that scenario, and we can run through scenarios and use tasers and other systems in that virtual reality that would just be prohibitively expensive to do in real life. To shoot off hundreds and hundreds of taser cartridges would be too expensive to make it worthwhile. In VR, we can shoot 1,000 taser cartridges. And
Can I pause you for 1 second?
Yeah.
Just please indulge me for 1 minute. So we're talking about this, which is an excellent tool for training purpose. But we're also one page before that, we were talking about training as well.
Mhm.
So because we have this new software that we were trying to not eliminate, but facilitate the training purpose for the officers.
Mhm.
What line did we eliminate it at the end of the day from last year to this year? I don't see a decrease of training anywhere in here that justifies the additional capital project that we did, which now we are doing more on software systems itself. You know, it's like, where's my plus and minus, more or less?
Yeah, so the computer software includes Axon Officer Safety Plan, which is not only training, but puts a body camera on every cop that's assigned to that cop, a taser on every cop, unlimited data storage, which frees up many officer hours of maintaining servers and the like, and downloading video. It allows us to more efficiently and in a more streamlined way share video evidence with the district attorney's office for discovery, which I'm sure you're all aware that the discovery demands are far higher than they ever were.
Yeah.
So it makes that process possible. So much so that the DA's office has sent representatives to visit our department to see how we're getting it done, because so many other departments were struggling to meet the timelines. So it's all of that. The VR is one component of it. To my mind, was never really intended to replace, but only to augment.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
enhance our training,
So-
not to take anything away, but just to give another avenue
Okay.
with which to shape our officers.
So thank you for sharing that, because I think that's my recollection. That was part of the presentation from last year prior for this board. It wasn't really to replace any of the training, because some people have asked me that question. That's the reason I was asking you that. It's to enhance.
That's right.
What we already have.
That's right. It's
You know,
another
to
tool in our
implement another
toolkit,
tool.
but certainly is not superior necessarily to anything that we were doing prior. It just may only make sense that when a new technology shows value, that we're going to adopt that as well if we can.
I agree.
Yeah, certainly we don't want our officers at the shooting range less often.
Sure.
You know, so this is just to enhance their
Okay.
skill set.
Thank you, Captain. for
Absolutely.
explaining
Absolutely. Uniform cleaning, that's a contractual item that hits twice a year. So nothing really out of the ordinary there, not much to discuss there. Uniforms, there is a uniform allowance portion, and then there is another cost associated in there, which is new hires. We obviously outfit our officers when they are first hired with everything they need to get the job done. So if there's fluctuations in there, it's generally related to how many new hires versus just the regular allowance rather. Police civilian. We are currently in the process of trying to hire a new overnight parking enforcement officer. So if we are low on that number, it's because we are not fully staffed in our civilian portion of the department. Overtime, we are kind of right on track there with our usual numbers. Longevity, again, very much tied to how long people have been there. And we have several people who have only been with us for a year or two. So that's on the low side, and also again pays out at different times. Same with sick incentive, that has not paid out yet. Again, hard to estimate how much people are going to use sick time versus take the incentive. Part-time is for crossing guards and other part-time employees. And again, fluctuates with our staff there and how much we're filling in with other civilian staff, which does happen sometimes. And uniform cleaning, again, much like the sworn staff, are contractual items and are pretty straightforward there. Moving on to 3122, the building. There's an arrangement, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, with the building, building, not building department, but buildings, John Heitman and his crew. So there's some overlap there. But they do a great job, and we're very happy to have them there. So that is the 3122, 100 and 101. Moving down to electricity. Despite the fact that Chief Burton has retired, it appears that we've been switching off the light switches around the building pretty well, and we seem to be right on track with that. We do have later, you'll see in another portion of the budget, we do have some great looking lighting upgrades coming for the building. What we have now is sort of the old school fluorescent bulbs. Again, John Heitman and his staff will be very happy when we go to LEDs, because it'll be less for them to swap out. And it'll also hopefully make the building a little bit cheerier, a little bit brighter as well. Heat, again, that's very more controlled by Mother Nature than anything else. We do have a heating and AC system that was worked on just recently. And maintenance and repair buildings and grounds. Again, we don't have a huge campus there, but we do our best to keep it up and running and efficient. And we seem to be right on track with there, or a bit on the low side. But certainly a lot of work to be done to the building, and looking forward to next year continuing to spruce it up and get it back into a little bit better shape. Like everything else during COVID, some of the things got a little bit run down. Some of the equipment, that we'll talk about in future years' budgets, got a lot of the antiseptic spray and things on it, but we'll cross that bridge when it comes. Meals for prisoners, right on track there. Maybe a hair higher than normal, but we're right there. We aren't housing as many prisoners as we did in years past, due largely to reform issues and raise the age. But we are right on task there. And then we are at traffic control is not us. So what's next? What's the next portion? And I'll jump to it. Okay.
Parking meters. Left, when we go to 3389, which is,
Okay. All right, you said parking meters?
yeah. So, that's for, actually, for the parking enforcement, we also had to charge, for the new switchover, for the new Right. Mhm. Yeah, and so we absorb the cost within the, 2020. We just repair maintenance, which is basically batteries. Then we go to Department Grade 309, which is rescue and enforcement.
Thank you very much, Dale. So again, as I spoke earlier, one of the themes that sort of runs through is that when the staffing is below a certain threshold, we don't get around to doing some of the extracurriculars. So in this case, the boat didn't see as much usage as it may have in years past. It still was available in case of a rescue call and the like, but we weren't putting as many miles or as many hours on the boat as we recently had. And we're still expecting a fuel bill on that. We're also expecting the operating expenses lines to take a bit of an uptick as the boat is pulled out of the water and winterized. Obviously, that's one of the big expenses with any boat, as any boater can tell you, is making it ready for winter. So that explains that line there. Any questions about that?
Department 35.
3510, control of animals. So we don't have a standalone ACO at this point. We have a CSW, which is CSW Bateman, who was recently promoted to that position. So there's some adjustments to be done in terms of these numbers here, but as you can see, the numbers are absent for this year because that position was vacant prior to her promotion. The SPCA fees is a contracted number with SPCA, so their final bill hasn't hit yet, which will bring them to exactly 40,148 for the year, because that's how much the contract is for.
Sorry, Captain.
Yes.
If we go back a little bit to the animal control person, so now that person you said was promoted, that means it's a full-time person now?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's been full-time since when?
I don't
Wait,
recall
hold on.
when CSW Bateman was previously. Yeah, it's been months.
Maddie? Sorry.
Sorry. Not my place to chime in. I just know that there's been some changes in how I believe Morrow was doing that job, and then we were looking to have it be another split responsibility. So I don't have any further updates on that, but that's what I was just trying to indicate to you with my
Gotcha.
face.
Okay.
So.
So, all right.
I know that there's some conversation with the CSEA and about the long-term role. But right now we do have people who are certified and trained and available for animal control.
All right, if we can get, at least for me, at some point, in case for, you know, for this side and that side, to get a little bit better understanding of what that means. Obviously, if the duties are gonna be the same or what's changing, I think it'd be helpful. I know the police department does a lot, but you know, having an animal control person, you know, that kind of takes not away from what you guys doing, but a little bit more, you know,
Sure.
help
So
out
we-
to what they
we-
should be doing.
Sure, we certainly don't want to leave the community without animal control. So we took a slightly different approach to it. We did certify a number of police officers in animal control, so that if the animal control civilian staff is not available, they still have the ability to trap an animal or catch a loose dog or the like. In many ways, I think that to spread that responsibility out a little bit is actually better for the community, because if one person goes on vacation and they're the only one, there's that one point of failure. Certainly, we don't want to take away a union position or the like. So again, there's some conversation there. But CSCW Bateman is part of that union. She also will have some ongoing responsibilities. We've been meeting with the building department and speaking about training her up on some code enforcement. Again, not to step on their toes, but there's some adjacent.
I'd be curious to, and not to, I'll be curious to learn more about that, because New York State does have some regulations in regards to code enforcement, and you need to be certified. So
Absolutely.
I want to make sure that
No,
that is being addressed.
absolutely.
You
We're
know,
going to make
looking
sure
at
that
you, looking at you,
we are on
you
it.
know,
Yep.
with-
Yep.
you know,
So
not to put too much into that, because I think is, as believe me, I think that's a great idea, but too many hats for one person, I think it's going to be complicated. and
Totally
complex,
agree.
The whole situation.
Totally agree. What we find is that there are scenarios in that Venn diagram of the different departments there are sometimes small gaps where everyone knows that someone shouldn't be
Yeah.
doing something, or there should be some amount of enforcement, but everyone sort
I
of
agree.
goes like this.
Yeah,
When it
I
comes
agree.
to whose job it is to do that.
Yes.
So we're trying
100%.
to, with everyone involved and as part of a holistic conversation,
Yeah.
come up with that role.
Sounds like a very complex conversation. Not for
It
budget
is,
right now.
and it's complex because we want to make sure that no one feels that someone's trying to edge them out of their job. But we also want to get the mission accomplished. So it's a great conversation because everybody feels strongly about it.
Yeah.
But we want to make sure we get it right. So it's definitely an
agree.
ongoing conversation. Yeah, and
Gotcha.
we'll make sure that
All right.
all the certifications are correct and above board.
I
Absolutely.
just want to interject too. It's an important conversation and while we're not going to talk about it in the budget, but it does have implications for the budget because those little gaps are 90% of the calls that we get
Yep.
where,
agree.
something's not being addressed. So we're really doing our best to incorporate that comprehensive approach to things and more seamless approach too. So we have more
No,
24/7 coverage of these type of issues.
course.
So
and look.
sensitive to also the regulations and
Yeah.
everything else
again,
that governs
not
it.
to deviate the conversation, but we do have, far as I know, two full-time employees working on Saturday from the building department end, which were both certified on code enforcement, one of them an assistant building inspector and one a code enforcement. So I think, having that ability, that should be no gap. But we can talk about.
There's always gaps in time, trustee Casada. So like not everybody's here and some of the quality of life issues that we're talking about aren't really necessarily specific to buildings. So
Yep.
those are the gaps are more on that side than they are on the building code enforcement side.
I just think the larger strategic conversation, which this is leading to, is because of course it depends on budget, is the building department, police department working together better? Because there's it's 7/24, but most municipal departments don't work 7/24 except for the police and the fire, I guess. But really getting that and then communicating to the public that because the skunk died at 3 a.m. that you discovered in front line doesn't mean we have someone at 3 a.m. on Saturday to get the skunk. I mean, it's just not realistic in a village of our size to have around the clock, but at 3 p.m. on a Wednesday, we might have. So it's also the communication, which I said earlier, can be improved. This is animals is just like one piece of it.
Absolutely.
There are many other pieces of who does what with whom. And Karen is right. So many of the calls are about basic stuff and people's expectations. So one thing is also managing people's expectations that, things don't work, 24/7. They don't work here and they don't work in the city of New York, even though people somehow assume they do. You could wait a week before somebody comes out in the city, even though they're supposed to be out there in 24 hours. But I think the working together, the departments, is really where we have to really make some dent in 24. That would be a strategic move. And that the board has to be notified. So, you don't want to be sitting in a budget meeting hearing about changes in responsibility in police department. You want to come to this meeting with the board already knowing that's there and looking at budgets. And we were talking earlier, probably a little bit offline, that the reason the budget's moving quickly today is that there are very few surprises. And that's because the staff and all the department heads and the board are a little bit more aligned. Every year it gets better, and that's the goal, is to now bring the police department in with like what's going on. I did have a question. Is this piece also a shared service of Briarcliff calls or Croton, and they don't have an animal, whatever, they come here
I think there's
for our animal?
Sure, this should be part of it. Is it part of the town as well? The animal control, if someone in the town calls?
Yeah,
What?
it would be the town, but not Briarcliff.
Yeah. it
But
would be the
not
town,
Briarcliff.
but no
So
Briarcliff.
there isn't like a shared service with other municipalities who may not, because we're
Correct.
one of the few that has SPCA as a contract, to be
Right.
honest with you. Most municipalities, much wealthier than us, with many animals, do not have it. So like all our neighbors, for example. So I think it's great that we have it. I wouldn't want to take it away, but the truth is, you have limited resources. You got to think clearly. So I'm very happy about, where we're going with this. And
Yeah,
part of this is that people will be listening to this video. So I know you'll say, yes, I know that. but just so you understand, part of it is also for the record,
record,
because
I
people
understand.
do look back at these videos 6 months from now, 3 months from now. And I just want to make some of the statements that we all hear it together, so there's no misunderstandings between all of us.
Yeah, understood. And for the record, you know, we've had very preliminary conversations, the assistant village manager and the building inspector and myself. But it's very, very much any changes in responsibility or the like, very much in the early stages of conversation. So certainly not something that we want to surprise the board with. And you'll be very much in the loop should we come up with any better way of doing it than we're doing it right now.
Great.
Okay, so that is control of animals. That brings us to revenues. Thank you.
That's what happens after control of animals.
I'll run through those. It might be easier if we don't have to cover.
Fire away.
So we have transfer here, that's the county contract, we're still waiting for the signed contract for 2023. So we'll doing a total so that revenue is reported. We're keeping it at 10,000. Police report copies, currently we received 6,500 to date. We did increase the annual budget to 5,000 for revenues for 2024. Taxi and inspection. We're keeping at $1,000 for revenue. Non-criminal fingerprint fees, currently to date, we're bringing in $1,050.
We're still doing fingerprints here, I thought.
Non-criminal,
So non-criminal, just like administrative.
correct.
Okay, that's great.
And that's really just based on demand. False alarm fees that students hope to revamp that whole system in 2024. So hopefully those will materialize. Parking meters, that's at 100,000. As for the move in 2023, we're currently up to 174.60. So we're definitely right on the track to meet that revenue. These fine range going from 280,419 in 2023 and 2,555 to 128. And in the IMA. Fines and forfeitures, we did increase the budget slightly from 500,000 to 525,000 2024. The revenues shown here are 361. Only revenues received through July of 2023.
Well, that answers my question.
Yeah. We did just receive September's bill, somehow August got lost, but we did, so that number will be adjusted accordingly. Interfund revenue, is the alarm monitoring charge, back to, what our units do it. That's one of the revenue here. State aid, other, public safety, this is for the naval law enforcement, revenue, contingent. And federal public safety, which were the branch of that. Rounds out.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Do we want to turn to capital budget request? We did not have any features. Right.
We usually have the all at once. Now.
I don't think we had one set capital that everybody can match.
Nobody comes back.
We usually don't like.
Yeah, but that's after we talk about.
That's
the
after they all,
individual.
and they're the first department that has a capital, so I think that we normally do. So what you got? Capital expenses.
To talk about our capital expenses, Lieutenant Majorana is going to take the mic.
Good afternoon.
So their total increases for the whole thing is about what, 10%? Right, three to, oh, no. Three, it's a lot less. Okay, again, I'm looking at the wrong columns. Okay, good. Sir, welcome.
Thank you. So where are we starting? Is it 3120? Okay, so we are looking to, we're looking to acquire 3 hybrid vehicles. They're about $72,000 a piece. We originally were budgeted for all electric, and at a prior meeting, we discussed why that wasn't at this time feasible. We're looking for hybrids. The hybrids are about 42% more efficient, I'm sorry, 41. I'm looking at the slide up there, corrected myself. 41% more fuel efficient than the current police cars that we have now. 72K is completely upfitted, so that means that all of the computers, lights, sirens, all the bells and whistles are included in that fee. So for the 3 at 72, it's 216. Is the total number there?
Lieutenant, can I ask you a question on that one then? Is any of that stuff being replaced from another vehicle? And if it is, usually we transfer the equipment over from the old car, more or less, to the newer car, correct?
When we can do that, we try to, but at times it's not feasible. Some of the equipment is outdated. I know there's some problems with some of the computers,
Got it.
so we
Alright,
can't always do that, but when possible, we try to.
Okay, so these 3 new vehicles, they have everything brand new, more or less.
Soup to
All
nuts.
equipment. Gotcha. Okay. And what is, what kind of vehicles are these?
These are essentially Ford Explorers. Ford calls them the Police Interceptor, but it's essentially a Ford Explorer, just outfitted with police, upgraded stuff for police.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, obviously, the next line I have on mine is the electric vehicle charging station. We're not going to that at this time, so was allocated for 23 and not for 24. Following that, the police radio infrastructure. So as the captain previously stated, we currently have our own radio system. We were operating on Motorola radios. Motorola is no longer even servicing them. If they're broken, they can't fix them. The parts are not made for them anymore. We've been using the system almost as long as I've been here. We've gotten these radios probably about 15 years ago. They can't be serviced. They're outdated. We're looking to jump on board the MTA's system. That's a digital system. It's also a multi-band system. It would allow us to communicate with pretty much every police department in Westchester County. Because it's not our own system, it's significantly more affordable for us to get on their system and become a piece of that rather than to build out our own system on our own. The radios are from L3 Harris. Like I said, they're digital. They also have a button on it so you can flip it to Wi-Fi. So anywhere there's cell service, you can get radio service. So it would eliminate a lot of our dead zones. Like we have certain areas where the radios just don't reach. As long as you have cell service, you'll have radio service. So it's an officer safety issue. It will improve safety on our part because our guys will be able to communicate with us pretty much anywhere they go.
Gotcha. Can I ask you a question in regards to 2023?
Yes.
So we spent $300,000 part of the capital project.
Actually,
Was not,
we didn't actually.
Use it.
Capital project for.
Gotcha. Got it.
We did a bit within the capital plan, but we
Okay.
never took the next step.
gotcha.
Is
And that
that-
was that for the same purpose, I guess, for this? Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Mhm.
So
So now we have.
So let me ask you this question now. So 2023 was $300,000. 2024 is $500,000.
Yes.
$200,000 difference. Is that a particular reason why it went up?
Well, there's a couple factors that go into that. Obviously, things become more expensive as time goes on. That's a significant increase.
One factor, if I could just interject, was that when this project was initially discussed, MTA Police was.
I was getting-
discussing the option. I'm sorry, go ahead then.
Well, MTA was under different leadership at the time, and they were discussing the option of the prior leadership was willing to build things out that the current leadership is not.
And they were going to give us portable radio and use portable radios. from the
Got it.
system, And that's not.
That's not on the table
Yeah,
anymore.
we missed the bullet on that.
Got it. All right. Okay,
So
sorry.
that's
Go ahead.
the difference in cost there, but either way, to build out our own system would be in the millions of dollars. This is significant savings for us, and it is a much easier lift. Jumping on their system as opposed to us just building out our own system.
Great, thank you.
That's the same. as part of the business.
Got it. All right. That's not much of a difference, but yeah.
Okay, so yeah, records, you want me to talk about records management? Okay, so records management is basically the system that we type on. That's how we keep track of all of the reports we go on. This is actually although it says records management, it's actually for what's called CAD system, computer aided dispatch. Essentially, that's a logistics system that allows us to know where each officer is, where the fire department is, where the ambulance is. It logs response times, and And it's a service that is integral for a department that has more than one car on the road. If you have one car on the road, it's easy to know where that one car is. When you have 6 or 7 cars in an ambulance and a fire department, it's very difficult to know where everybody is. And we want to have our response time as best as possible. So like we can know where a police car is, we can get that car to that call faster because that's the closest car there. So essentially that's what that system does. Originally, this was built out for a records management system. The county is providing that system for us. They are not providing us the computer aided dispatch, which we weren't aware of at the time, but we've become aware of it. And in talking with neighboring jurisdictions that are going to that system, the projected cost is about $500,000.
That also helps mutual aid as well, sure.
Absolutely.
You get to mutual aid, because I remember a couple of years back when I was part of mutual aid training, you know, that was one of the things that we talked about. Can't remember who was it writing. Was it writing when you?
If you don't know where your resources are, it's awfully hard to know.
Yeah, and that was one of the challenges for them. You know, it's like, you know, how do you control all these different departments and just within all the offices? And so I agree. This will be a helpful tool to have for our community. So yeah.
All right, the next line I have is for the police variable message board. That was taken care of this year. That would explain why it's not in 2024. And then the final thing I have for capital projects is the variant recording system. With this new radio system, as I mentioned before, it's a digital system. We have an analog system now. So in order to record all the radio transmissions as well as the phone conversations, we're looking to move to a digital recording system rather, so that it would be able to record the radio transmissions for posterity and record the phone conversations for posterity as well.
Hi.
Hi, Omar.
Is this a one-time expense or is this something that would be ongoing with space and so forth?
I believe it's a one-time expense, just an actual physical upgrade of equipment. We have now, it's replacing an analog system with a digital system.
Thanks.
But that, Omar, so that is, I don't know if that is also part of now the additional that we're talking about in the software portion of that is additional to maintain the software going forward as well. So yes, capital project wise, of course, is a one time, but the additional cost is already built in within our budget as a power going forward, correct? That's where we talked about the radios and the annual, correct? So yeah.
Yeah, there is a generally operating cost year over year with these operating systems, but it wouldn't be any additional cost beyond
the
replacement.
correct.
It's
Correct.
the same company that we're using.
Yeah.
The system that we have currently is probably 20 years old, if not older. And again, it's just analog, so it just can't afford the newer radio.
So I have a question and I'm not sure who will be able to answer. So I'm gonna ask you, but
Sure.
Captain, Chief, you can, whoever wants to answer that. So I'm in favor of all this because I think there's needed. But I've seen since last year, we've been introducing a lot of new technology to our police department, which is fantastic, which we always been, I think this board has been pro that, starting with the body cameras many years ago. This is my concern. The heart of the police department, which is the main room in there, I'm gonna call it the control room in a way. What are we doing to that to upgrade this? And how do we tie in all this new technology to a room that it hasn't been updated in since the police station was built there many years ago? So how are we addressing that situation and the capacity that we are doing with all these additional improvements?
Well, part of the project for the radios is for new radios on every policeman's hip, new radios on all the cars, new radios at the desk terminals in the police departments. In the headquarters.
But that's just new radios.
Yes.
What about the computer system? What about the monitors? What about the capacity and the lines? What are we doing in there? How do we making this work best? Because again, there's new technology and I'm not sure if we have done an update to the technology that we've been using in there. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm asking you. I mean, is it capable to handle what we have now, the 100%, or we're just going to try to make it work? I don't know.
Replaced and enhanced the desk area year over year. It is definitely a hard work area. It's one of probably very few offices in this village that is manned 24/7, 365. Certainly it's in need of some love, so to speak. But we have added screens to every workstation. We have added capability to the room. Our officers can now see where every police car in the village is at any given time, which is something that we couldn't do prior to a year ago. We have now 3 screens for monitoring surveillance video throughout the building and the exterior of the building, whereas it used to be 1. Each workstation now has 4 screens. It used to be 1. So there have been bit by bit, year over year improvements to the rooms. Again, a room that you can never shut down for a rehab is a difficult room to fix all in one shot. This room is looking beautiful right now, but certainly benefited from being shut down and getting a facelift. We haven't had that benefit in that room, and it certainly, again, could use some additional enhancement. But as far as operationally, we are definitely tied with or ahead of most of our law enforcement peers. A lot of departments come in and actually are impressed by our desk area, in that we can do so much in there. It may not be the prettiest space in Austin, but it's one of the busiest and most capable.
No, and I agree. No, again, if you tell me that the area, it has the capability to handle all this additional stuff that we're gonna be doing, then I'm gonna take your word for it, because you know that better than you guys know that better than us. So, but if you, yeah.
I'm certainly very conscious that
Okay.
for a lot of our staff, that's where they spend a lot of time. So I'm very sensitive to that, and I do want to make our workspaces within our building as well as our fleet as accommodating as possible, because we ask our officers to spend their Christmases and Thanksgivings and every other holiday, working very hard there. So we certainly want every possible advantage in terms of increasing morale in that way. It's just a matter of prioritizing those items. I would love to come here and ask for a complete floor to ceiling remake of the room, but we're prioritizing functional items first. And I think we're doing a good job of triaging what needs to be replaced, so that we are coming with a fiscally responsible budget. We would ask them for those things that we need, and some of those things that we want, and not items that would be really, really cool, but maybe not really.
No, but there's also the ability of looking for grants, sure, for technology and for law enforcement. So it's not just coming from. Yeah.
You're sitting with one of the most prolific grant writers I've ever met.
Yeah.
And Ivana,
So.
it's like waking up in the middle of the night thinking about grants. So.
So-
I'm doing my best.
Believe me, he's out there. He's gonna find it.
I believe trustee Casada's question, if I'm reading you right. Everything that we're adding or changing, is your infrastructure backbone capable of handling what you're doing?
I can.
Yes.
L3 Harris came in and inspected the deck station.
Okay.
Although like the captain said, they may not be the prettiest.
Yeah.
It does work, and it will be supported by the new rating
Thank you
system.
for clarification. Yeah, the stuff behind the scenes has been upgraded very, very well. Certainly not necessarily what you see when you're in the building, but we ran new Cat 5e cable a couple of years back. I got very dirty getting that done. So certainly the bones are very, very good.
Thank you.
My question is around the mobile crisis response team. Are there any expenses? I know that it's a county thing, but we house them within the Birdsall Fagan police facility. So any expenses related to that?
We've been sharing equipment with them and working out very well. They've been great partners and great new members of the team, and it's been really exciting to have people in a different civilian role there in the building with us. I think it's definitely, we're using them more than any of our neighbors, and it's been nothing but terrific. I check in with them frequently to see if there's anything that they need. We recently added them to a digital radio, system. We recently added them to a digital radio system, an in-house non-emergency radio system, so that we can better communicate with them through this app on the phone. So we check in with them regularly and make sure that they don't feel that they're being neglected or there's anything that they need. And certainly, if they did, we'd be very quick to try to accommodate them because we are extremely aware of how lucky we are to have them in-house.
Thank you.
I believe that's it for capital projects, unless I'm missing something on here.
No, I think you covered it. I'm excited about the auxiliary. It's not you. Yeah. We're charging that to the police now that you broke it. I'm excited, the auxiliary that you're working on that. I'd like to get more information about interns for the summer so that don't worry about it.
I fixed it.
Is any plan like, and maybe I missed it for interns?
The intern program, yeah, we're discussing getting that up and running as well. Again, like everything else, COVID sidelined.
Understood, but I'd like to encourage. So is there a plan in place to bring that back up?
Sergeant McGovern, who's currently serving with the military for another 3 days, is drawing up an outline so that we have a better itinerary for them so that we don't have any downtime with them. We want to make sure that any interns who spend time with us, that it's a valuable relationship for both parties involved and that we don't have any time that we're not giving them something either important to do or
Right.
something important to learn. So we're trying to structure a better itinerary than we've had in the past.
Great. I would encourage, and I'm sure the village manager would let you know that the youth advisory board and the group has grown quite significantly. I did a tour of the village with I shouldn't call them kids, but they are kids because they're in high school. And there was just a lot of conversation that I realized they have grown up here their whole life and don't really know very much about the municipality as a municipality. One would also think that, you know, being more comfortable with the police, both the individuals and the building. I mean, I took a tour of the building. It's weird, actually, like when you go in, you see the cells, but it was terrific. And I know that my husband has toured, I think, most of the prisons actually in the state of New York, and each time comes back and says, it's a very different experience when you actually take a tour, you learn a history, and you connect it to the people because it really breaks down barriers. So I think we have a lot to be proud of. So I'm just taking this opportunity to say that I think the board will be very supportive of interns. I must be the only mayor in this county that begs people to bring on more people to learn about us and that we'd be willing to pay them. You know, because I think that does give you a pipeline to the future, even if they don't serve here. They could serve, you know, in different parts of New York, but you'd be really helping with the total pipeline for all the police department. So just food for thought. Terrific presentation. Thank you, everyone. And I'm looking forward to 24 because I actually was going to ask Dale, is there anything that they asked for that you said to them, like, you can't have it? No? So everything they asked for is in here the way they asked for it, right? Because I actually don't recall ever saying no to what's being asked. I can't make that promise this year. There's a lot of outstandings, but okay. So you were really not hard on them at all. Okay, great. Well, if there are changes, you let us know. Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for coming in as well.
Thank you for your time.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your afternoon.
Sure. Vote if you haven't already.
On our way.
I'm not seeing the little sticker.
I have until 9.
That's good.
Bye-bye. All right, OPD, we'll get here as soon as we can.
Okay.
Maybe you're back.
Not OPD. We know it. She meant fire. She know.
Fire department.
All right, we're gonna take a break. We're running through the agenda quickly, so we're gonna take another break. Before you do that, Karen, we're gonna take another break and we will regroup probably 15, 20 minutes or so. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Okay.
You are on.
All right.
Okay. Let's look to the right page. Good evening. We are back. We took a little break. Our next up at bat, so to speak, for the budget discussions is the fire chiefs, and we are turning it over to you.
All right, good evening, everybody. Where do we begin? Yeah.
Right on page 1 with your portions of salary that are in Department 3410 is for fire and then 100. So this covers the 3 chiefs and the 2 dispatchers. Additional amounts underneath for part-time equipment lines, radio and pagers. We actually lowered because in 2023, we had a capital project to replace all the pagers, so that would reduce our need.
So why are you going back up to 16?
We changed it from 16 to 12.
Right, the
For
deduction.
To the number you've always had, but you
Yeah.
never used the 12. You went back to a number that was never used.
We could
It never met 12. You've had 12, 10, 12, 12, 12, none of which we've never used. So you might want to just look at that. It's not a big deal. It's just,
Does that have to do with like your equipment needs, when we spent almost 12 in 2019 and then went down? Isn't that-
2019 was when the county was doing the radio changeovers.
Sir?
no,
Did 12?
Yeah, we kept it at 12.
yeah, but why?
To be honest, that I do not
Okay,
know.
So Dale, just look at it, because I'm seeing 6,300 one year, 1,200, $700, 459. So there probably needs to be an increase based on the conversation. I'm just not sure it needs to be 12. But again, just, these are not huge numbers, but it's something, we live by the budgets that we put in, so. Okay,
Sure.
next.
Further down, we have equipment computers. So this is your software and licensing for your fire programs.
Yep.
Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that is correct. And there was a slight increase on that line this year. From 3,600 to 4,000.
And I'm sorry, can we go back one line?
Mm.
So the equipment of vehicles itself, so on the fire department. So the only time that we put something on the budget was 2020. But every other year, we have spent money out of that line. So help me out. What
does
kind of
that-
equipment
Yeah.
do we use that for, Dale, more or less, or chief?
You're talking about 3410, right? Okay.
Right.
3410, correct?
Yeah, 3410-207 is related to cars versus equipment. So I believe this is repairs to cars.
Okay, so this is repairs, not equipment.
The terminology, it's equipment because it's if that's. a
Sure,
term
but
to-
for someone that is reading just equipment without the explanation, they're gonna think it's a radio, is some.
So we should
sort of
change
equipment
we should
in
change the
there.
definition.
For me, I don't
Okay.
know. Because that becomes an accounting portion for them,
Right, you have 0 for 2024.
yeah.
So we could move, since you seem to be using this line.
Move the
Um,
equipment line, the equipment vehicles line. Like,
Right.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
I think that probably makes sense.
Mhm,
So why don't you like split it?
yes.
Thank you.
You have anything else?
No, not on
Okay,
that one, yeah.
so let's go.
Okay, computers, we're on to coats, boots and helmets. So in the operating fund, that line has been increased from 50,000 to 60,000 for 2024.
Sorry, Chief, is that a particular reason you're going $10,000 more than last year's?
The increase again, they've had major increases. In the equipment on that line, believe it or not, the biggest increase, believe it's been in boots.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason, the leather,
They're rubber, right?
no, they're leather.
They're
Yeah,
leather?
yeah, the boots are all leather now. Yeah,
It's a $20,000 increase. They only use 40,000 or something.
No, so far, that's not up to date.
But
Oh, that's
we
true.
we didn't put in what we discussed.
You didn't put in for the turnout here?
I put it in, but it's in.
But it's gonna be in capital, yeah.
You get to,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
yep, this is
Okay.
just for.
This is our everyday new members,
Original.
expired stuff, yeah.
Right. Um, hose, so this is for your hose testing.
Yeah, that line hasn't been used yet because we just got the results back.
Right.
So now most of that'll be used up.
Okay.
Yeah, and then your next line is for all of your detailed equipment. Costs going into 2024 as listed.
All right, so 54 going up to 58. That's just eliminating what they are, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm. So on the following page 3, you have, put in first confined space. Small amount there, telephone, internet remains the same for 2024. Electricity, I adjusted in accordance to, I did an umbrella calculation for all the electric heat, unleaded and diesel lines and did budget, calibrations according to those adjustments, and that's the same for heat. Office and supplies expense, amount remains the same going into 2024, along with professional dues and meetings. Vehicle operating expense, is at 3,500 as well, same as prior year. Unleaded and diesel fuel, adjusted to the analysis performed. And materials and supplies, kept the same at 15,000.
Can I ask you a question on that one? Just for both the Chief Liddell. So far we have done $3,000, more or less. Do you see that being changing from on the last quarter, Dell?
For materials and
For materials and
supplies.
supplies?
Probably by the end of the year, if I took a guess right now today, we'll probably use about half of that.
So let's say you double what you have. Sure. Do you think you're gonna be on $7,000?
By the end of the year, probably, we'll be around 7.
So if that's the case, except for 2019 and 21, you averaging pretty much $7,000 more or less. Is that something that can you look? Because right now the recommended is 15, sure. And I don't think we have hit 15 besides 2019.
Yep. So these have been for, truck cleaning supplies, replacement of batteries,
Okay,
miscellaneous,
gotcha.
items.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're gonna be using that. Again, just look into it. I'm comfortable with keeping it as a 15, but maybe we can put some of that stuff in additional lines as
Sure.
we go.
Mhm.
Does that make sense, Chief?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, abrasive and chemicals stays the same. Maintenance of fire alarm, we did increase to 2,000 from 1,500. We're currently at 1,506.82. Standby expense is dependent upon when you're actually having to do standby, so you keep a placeholder in there, 2,500. Radio repairs, remains the same at 21,000. Physician fees, this is also for new member physicals. Is there a delay on them billing us cheap?
Yeah, I just got a whole bunch of bills from the open door.
Yeah.
I guess they've been a little behind under billing. So I actually just got about a year's worth.
Right. Rental
Yeah.
property.
Go ahead.
So, in anticipation of the mayor's question, Open Door had an issue with their billing, software, and that was what was causing the issue. I think it was so it's not something, they actually are pretty technologically advanced, but this was, so that shouldn't be an issue going forward.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
they
think.
were in contact with us.
Yeah.
They let us know they were having an issue.
Yeah, but I think they resolved it and they should be on time billing for next year.
Okay.
Rental of property and polling, polling, so this is for Steamer and Independent. Maintenance and repair to buildings,
Hold on, what page are you on?
this is,
Yeah, I jumped ahead, sorry.
maintenance and repair buildings and grounds, we're within budget range, same amount budgeted for 2024.
Excuse me.
Small amount for uniforms, and then $9,500 for training school education. So this is your fast training, confined space. Any other training we should be listing here, Chief?
No, that's pretty much what it's used for. You know, the confined space, we just had confined space last week, so we haven't been billed for that yet.
Contractual clerical stays the same, repairs to vehicle, equipment, we did increase from 85,000 to 100,000 for 2024.
And I'm sorry, Dale, so you're gonna look at the other line into this line more or less to
Mhm,
combine. it,
right.
correct? So it's gonna, we're gonna see a
Right.
reduction, we're gonna see an increase a little bit more.
Right, yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
thank you.
No, thank you. Repair and maintenance for, to equipment, stays the same at 32,075. Fire prevention and training. That's normally done around this time of year.
We're in the process of it right now.
OSHA compliance, also no change going into 2024. Along with the contractual amount, paid to the fire department. And then page 7 is just the IMA with, the town. For the revenue side. Okay,
What percentage of the town paid?
35.
well, you can do up to 35, but I think it's about 24.
Yeah, we're around 24.
Right,
How do you calculate that? Why 24? Why not 30?
because I think it became the amount that could get adjusted into the budget.
Who adjusts it? Who decides what the number is?
It's been the same, going back a few years.
So you just carry it from year to year?
Generally speaking, yes.
We decide that.
We decide, the town decides?
No, we decide.
No.
We
the
decide.
board.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we decide.
We don't decide it every year.
No, we don't.
Years ago, we did.
We make
Okay.
decisions in regards to that, yeah.
Mhm. Okay, any other questions on the operating side? Okay. We want to go to capital?
What, I didn't hear the side conversation. So there was a study done. And one of the outcomes of it was safety issues in the firehouses. That number of fixing. Well, we can't fix everything. We don't have enough money to fix everything, but to fix certain things. Where are you working on that number, or do you already have that number and gave it?
No, we haven't even started working on that
You
number.
haven't started
No.
working on it?
No.
Okay. So how's that gonna play out? If you get.
That I really don't know.
No, no,
if-
not you.
Okay, sorry.
You don't have to work so hard.
Yeah, I think we can be helpful with that,
Yes,
Chief.
yes,
Um,
Okay, I was looking at them.
yeah, I won't say too much. I'll leave it sort of to the manager and to Dale. But we continue to work with Mitchell and Associates, who were the folks that worked with us on the study. They've now been acquired, so they are now called Wendell Architecture and
happen?
Engineering. A couple weeks ago.
As far as we know.
Yeah.
Rather, we were not aware of that, that was in the process.
He's in charge of us. Yeah, he's still in charge
No,
of this
we're his
specific
clients.
project.
He's still there?
Yeah, he's still there. Yep. So
Yes.
we met with Mr. Mitchell himself, as well as Paul Fraioli and Andy Teese a couple weeks ago, sort of talking about how can we come up with a 3-year plan, triage some of the safety and health issues at all 7 buildings, but specifically the 5 buildings owned by the village. So what we think we landed on, and I'll leave it to Karen and Dale to tell me if I've gotten it wrong, is that basically we would hear from Wendell / Mr. Mitchell about what improvements need to be made to Steamer and Independent, but the village would have to discuss who would be paying for those. Obviously, for the 5 buildings owned by us, that would be something that would come at village expense.
So I think that we would make recommendations to Steamer and Independent, and then we'd have to see what's required. The biggest issue here is making sure that we're just providing the basic health and safety of the building. So some of it, as we remember that the report during the work session on this was just making sure that the hot zones are hot and they're not, there isn't contamination from the bays and exhaust and other potential contaminants leaching into areas where there's the social rooms, things like that. I think that's those are the main type of things we're looking at. So Bob Mitchell is going to be taking a look at the buildings. And right now we have a placeholder for what we think. This is not a bells and whistles kind of, exercise. We are looking into consolidation, but we want to be prudent in what we're doing. So we want to make sure, and this goes into a sort of something we've discussed is a different approach to just facilities management, generally speaking, where we're making sure that all village-owned buildings are being maintained in terms of preventive maintenance plans and making sure that we don't have significant deferred maintenance on things that sometimes are very important but go unnoticed, whether it's roofing, insulation, things like that, at the expense of, more cosmetic things. So this is an approach we're doing overall, but I think particularly important is making sure that our firehouses are meeting basic safety requirements. And we're anticipating we'll probably have to invest a few $100,000, maybe $300,000 to $500,000. We don't really know exactly, but we're thinking that that would be probably the right ballpark number over the next couple of years to get the houses in basic good shape. And then as we are doing that, we'll also be discussing consolidation plans and things like that. One of the downsides of talking about consolidation is that we're like, well, we're going to consolidate, so we're not going to do these things. And, that creates a deferred maintenance issue if the consolidation is pushed out more years. So we just are trying to right size that and balance it, but with an eye towards health and safety for our volunteer first responders.
Safe and serviceable.
Correct.
Okay, so I heard 2-year, 3-year. I'd like to see a 3-year plan. So obviously it's not going to make it into 24 budget. There might have to be an adjustment midpoint in 24. By then we'll have a better sense of after the union negotiations and all of the other stuff that's in the pipeline, how much money we actually can find to do, a 300 to 500 estimated expense. Obviously, when you're dealing with consultants, it's going to be, lots more than that, right? But we will try to figure out what the must-haves are versus the nice-to-haves, so that, we've been functioning for, I don't know, a couple hundred years, so this will be a little bit of a change, and I think everybody should be happy about it. I think it's the right way to do it. So I don't know what to do with the 2 buildings we don't own, because the people who own them are supposed to take care of what happens within them, but that's another, we'll figure that out. That's not the biggest issue. So this is good, but you don't have the numbers yet, but you'll work on them with the folks in finance and we'll figure it out. Good.
Correct.
We did put a placeholder in the capital plan, but just the TBD to be different.
Yeah, but I'm not sure this is capital.
The improvements on the buildings would be capital, yes. They would go,
It just says TBD for right now.
but that doesn't mean that we can put any number in there. It means once we get a more, a final idea, like we have a general idea right now internally what that TBD number is. If it turned out it was much higher, then we would not necessarily be putting it all into 1 year. And that's still anything that we did would come to the board beforehand in the context of the entire budget.
The dollar amount says TBD, not the line item. So look in the shaded column.
Capital.
I don't see that. I am.
The very bottom line in the
So
shaded column.
it's under,
Shaded.
under 3 public improvements, fire department.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's no amount.
No.
Okay,
That's
just
TBD.
Got
Yeah,
it.
but
Right, okay,
again,
that's fine,
we would,
fine. So.
We would be reporting back to the board with any numbers that we come up with and.
We're hopeful we'll have something tangible within the next 2 weeks. It's been a bit of a challenge, but.
Correct.
Okay, you're gonna have it maybe by the end of first quarter, something that's real, and we'll have to make adjustments at that point. Which is fine, long overdue as far as I'm concerned. I'm not sure how you're gonna do the capital expense, that's not my job, it's your job. There are certain numbers you have to reach to capital, that's okay. What else do we have, gentlemen?
All right, then going forward would just be our capital requests.
Okay, let's move to the capital request. Is that on, what page is that on? Is that a?
That's on,
Project is page number 4, sure.
it's actually the second page under the capital budget.
Yes, the capital project. No, no, capital project.
I was looking on my PDFs, but I don't see them.
But it's actually the second page after the,
Okay, got it.
you know.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, what do you got for us?
The first item is the rescue truck replacement R14. That's contributed to the capital plan at a cost of $950,000. Do you want to speak to that?
Sure. As it says in there, that truck is now about 28 years old. It's done its job. Mechanically, the truck is whooped. It's costing us a fortune to keep it on the road at this point. The thing's going through as much oil as it does diesel fuel at this point. It's done its job. It's the only vehicle in the fleet in the entire fire department that responds to all alarms. So on the average year, that truck rolls about 500 times. It's definitely done its job for the village, and it's time to replace it.
Dale, the prior year adopted FY 22, all those items in fire, are they all done or are they moving 24?
No, they're all.
They're all done. Okay.
Only what's under the requested 2024 line. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so this one is a rescue truck and you're gonna get rid of another truck, right? It's a replacement.
Yeah, replacement.
What are you doing with the truck?
The last few the village is sold.
What else?
Next item requested is portable radio. That's for $350,000.
So, a lot of portable radio, no?
Yeah, all of our portables need to be changed. NFPA standard is every pack has to have a portable with it. Our portables now that we're currently using are 20 years old.
And how many are these?
Top of my head, I believe it's like 90 portables.
90?
Yeah.
And didn't we have radios also on the budget?
Previous, yes, and I sent some paperwork over to Dale finally. We're just trying to hammer out some final details on that. Pretty much what we're up against in the fire department. And it's something that we kind of decided on our own to kind of do it over a 3-year phase. Our radio system, it's at the end of life completely. This would be pretty much like phase 2. Last year was that radio upgrade and pagers. Next year, we're looking to do all the portables, and then the final part of it will be any radios needed in any of the trucks, which would be hopefully the following year. But as far as our portals go at this point, I mean, the easiest way to explain it is kind of like using a 20-year-old computer. You know, they're done. There's no technology that supports them anymore. There's nowhere to send them to get fixed anymore. There's no parts for them. There's no support from Kenwood on them anymore. They're finished.
Can I ask you a question, Chief?
Sure.
And because the police department was here a few minutes before you guys, and they're obviously replacing as well the whole radio system.
Yeah.
They're going with the MTA portion. Do the radio for the police department and the fire department, they work together? Is
No,
it something
it's totally separate
Okay.
systems. Yeah.
All right. So there's nothing that you guys can combine?
Nothing.
and
No, unfortunately not. Two totally separate operations.
Is that happen just throughout the county? Is that
Yeah.
how it works?
Yeah.
Pretty much
Yep.
totally separate?
Yeah, totally separate.
Even when they're paid by the department?
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the only thing that's combined now is on the trunking system that went into operation is fire and EMS. Are back together again,
Oh, interesting.
but police is totally on their own.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Item, is to purchase, 50 sets of turnout gear.
What's the turnout here again?
What is?
Turnout gear is the hat, coats, boots, and gloves.
What?
But wait, you just.
There is a line item in there. I don't know, Karen, if you want to
So,
speak on
so
it.
I'm going to speak to this because this is something that,
That you were the new spokesperson. Look at this.
So
I'm gonna get a
we
jacket.
took, you know, look, we took the years of study and everything that we're doing and looking at comprehensively from things that the department needs, the consolidation, ways to incentivize recruitment very seriously. One of the issues, the major issue with our fire department in terms of health and safety is no decontamination suite. Does not exist in the village at any of the houses. So typically when our firefighters go out to a call, they're wearing their gear, they do their job, and then they take their gear and throw it in the back of their car. And
Oh,
it's
we
contaminated.
discussed
So we
this.
had discussed this and this came up during the Mitchell presentation. So when they came to us to discuss the budget and only had $60,000 in for the gear, I said, well, what about the, you know, one of the ways we can address this with in lieu of building, you know, a decontamination facility is to have 2 sets of gear. So they come with a clean, you know, they come with a clean set of gear, fight the fire, then they take off their gear. It is handled in a way that it is kept contained and then washed in a way that is not contaminating anything. And then they can bring the clean gear home with them so that they're not risking contamination. And then we put that, because of that, we put it as a capital ask because this is sort of a one, I mean, what, I don't know exactly what the rationale for capital, but because it would be more of a one-time.
Right, well, it's a large ticket item, we can put it on our.
But so, and I'm sorry, Chief, please explain this to me. So before we were talking about boots and the boots, how expensive the boots were, and now we're talking about gear, second gear. Was that the same boots or different boots?
No, it's the same gear.
Okay,
It's all the same gear.
same stuff. So
Yeah,
I,
but the 60 is pretty much the used, I mean, in the past is used for new members coming in.
Gotcha.
It's used to replace, the gear is only good for 10 years.
Okay.
So at the end of life is to change the gear out for people. So 60 is actually, believe it or not, you know, it cuts it close sometimes on the gears. This is in addition to that, to basically outfit all our interior members with the second set of gear.
Got it. All right. Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, what else?
Additionally,
Those are for in the trucks, right?
That would be for in the trucks and for also in the buildings. We currently, believe it or not, in the entire fire department, we have one AED. That's in one truck. There's nothing in any buildings. It's been a long time. We've, you know, that's not, I don't want to say it's a necessity, but I think it is a necessity. If you look at some of the studies, there's been a huge uptick of heart attacks in the fire industry, and a lot of them, you know, unfortunately, they're not happening on the fire ground, they're happening hours afterwards.
I think, you know, the village and town, I think it was earlier this year, I can't even recall, overhauled our entire AED program. And now OVAC's been doing the
Well,
training for our
this was
staff.
actually through Nick also.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Yep.
so everything, actually, whatever you got, everything will be the same in the village. Or the town, wherever it was.
Both.
What else?
No, we gave back that one. I think, weren't we gonna do something with the money that's been there for the north side, the 750? We were gonna, that was just a placeholder, right? We were gonna get rid of that, right? Okay, so that's done.
That's
Okay,
a paper number.
that's it then. Yeah, that's all we have then. Just, yeah.
All right, so the only thing not on here is the estimated that comes out at 5,500, it could be over a 2-year period, and that will be added. Is that the only thing not?
What we're going to do is based on the estimates that we get from Bob Mitchell, we'll look at it, we'll sort of prioritize and then figure out how we could, depending on the final cost, how we could spread that out in a reasonable way that optimizes safety, but also is efficient, cost efficient.
Okay, so obviously we're collecting all this from all the departments and you're certainly welcome to look at the exciting video to see what your colleagues have been asking for. But once we get the full picture of everybody's needs, then we look at them, but this seems very reasonable to me. But you know, I'm only one vote. So, Dana, do you have any questions up there? I forgot to include you, but do you have any questions? Do you have any questions?
No, I think. I just want to say, the hotel I'm staying at was a former firehouse in Detroit. It's amazing. So maybe we can adaptively reuse some of our old firehouses as hotels or something. I don't know. It's pretty cool.
Okay. And what's happening here? Okay, gentlemen, unless you have something to add.
No, I'm good. You guys good? All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
Have a great evening and please go out and vote. Doesn't have to be for any of us, but just go out and vote. Okay.
Okay, good night.
Oh, nevertheless, well, that may be true, but there are justices and there's a few races. There's a few races. You could write somebody in. Actually, no, Hastings are doing that. Okay. What else do we have tonight? It is 5:15. Look at Maddie, ready to get the hell out of here. Unbelievable.
Did you, not yet, wait.
No, we're still on here. I'm allowed to use the HELL word. It's no longer. I was, you know what? When I did that, I was thinking of my mother who made me spell it out if I ever used it. That's what came to my mind.
So, we have completed today's, budget meetings along with one extra, with, legal.
We could have done more. Well, you know what? It's like, it's fine, because if we would have planned more, we would have never gone through them. It's like having an umbrella so it doesn't rain. It's fine. I'm sure we can all use a little rest for our next event.
Yes, so we will, reconvene tomorrow night,
Okay,
starting at 6.
okay. So I would just say that, oops, what happened to my agenda? If I could just look at it. So tomorrow, which is Wednesday, we have Section 8, Personnel, Building and Planning, and DPW. DPW's scheduled for 2 hours from 9 to 11. We might want to look at this, Karen, and see if we could condense some of this, given the speed that we're moving at, or at least let the folks know to be ready a little bit earlier.
What I think you could definitely do is Section 8, it will be, I mean.
Yeah,
We could almost go through it without Maryland.
But the rest are,
But
yeah.
that is a very prescribed budget. It doesn't
Okay.
really change much,
Well, I don't
should
see,
not be,
yeah.
unless you have questions, should not be, too great, we do have some changes with Nancy leaving and.
Okay.
Questions.
We're still on, by the way, we're still being recorded. Okay, so we'll leave it as is what you're saying. That's fine.
No, I think, yes and no. What I'm saying is, I think what you said, if we do come in early, definitely. For argument's sake, buildings should be ready by 7 o'clock, maybe.
Just let them know they might need to be earlier. They might need to be ready earlier than what this says.
Yes, exactly.
Is all that we're saying.
Here, 6:30.
Well. Yeah, whatever. They can be texted to whatever. Are they coming in person, your department heads? or
Yes.
They're all coming in, except for Maryland, who's out of.
Understood.
Well, I agree.
Maddie, I
Maryland
think
should
we're
be-
good. Ladies and gentlemen, for those viewing this, it's 5:16. We're done for today. We are on every night from 6 p.m. to whenever. The rest of the week, meaning Wednesday and Thursday. Thank you.
Okay, if you.